Good morning. This hearing is called to order. I'm Commission President Brad Molnar. I'm the presiding officer of this hearing. With me today is Commissioner Fielder, Commissioner Bukacek, Commissioner Wellborn, and Commissioner Pinotti. Attorney Lucas Hamilton will be advising the commission. Other commission staff are also present. This hearing is being transcribed by a court reporter with Lesofsky Court Reporting. For the record, the time is 9 a.m. The date is Wednesday, May 7th, 2025. The commission and its staff are appearing from the Bollinger Room of the Office of the Montana Public Service Commission in Helena. This is a scheduled public hearing in docket number 2024.07.071 involving Northwestern Energy's petition for the commission to substitute an alternative methodology for its FERC 302 filing. I will now take appearances of counsel. Counsel, please introduce yourself and who you represent.
Ann Hill on behalf of Northwestern Energy.
Michael Uda on behalf of Hydrodynamics, Inc.
Okay, thank you both. I will next ask for public comment. We will begin with commenters in the room, then move to commenters online. Please note that this session is being recorded and all comments received will be public records. So please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none. Are there any public comments online? Seeing none. We now move to the evidentiary part of this hearing. Based on the parties' pre-hearing memos, a few items need to be addressed at the outset. Let's start with the administrative notice. Northwestern's pre-hearing memo asked the commission to take administrative notice of its 2023 Integrated Resource Plan in docket 2022.11.102. No party filed an objection to this request. Accordingly, the commission takes administrative notice of the 2023 IRP. Now let's address the admission of data request. The pre-hearing memo from Hydraulics moved for admission of data responses PSC 1001 through PSC 006 and Hydro 001 through Hydro 0116. In response, Northwestern filed a memo objecting to the admission of HYD-004. Northwestern asserted that each of the 5 parts of Hydro 004 called for a legal conclusion. Northwestern's witness provided responses to only 2 of the 5 subparts of HYD-004. In part A, the witness agreed that an opportunity for public comment is provided in 18 CFR 292-302 sub D sub 1. In part B, the witness stated he did not know what type of procedure, in other words, contested case or rulemaking, that federal regulation was referring to. Both of these subparts are also contained an objection that the request called for a legal conclusion. Mr. Uda, would you like to say anything more about your motion to admit HD 004?
Mr. Chairman, no, thank you. I actually agree with Northwestern's objection.
We'll put that down on the calendar. Ms. Hill, would you like to say anything more about your objection to the admission of HYD-004?
If he agrees with the objection, then I'll take it as not contested, so I won't say anything. Thank you.
Thank you both. I will sustain Northwestern's objection to HYD-004. There being no objections to the remainder of hydrodynamics motion, the responses to PSC 001 through PSC 006 and HYD 001 through HYD 016, excluding HYD-004, are admitted into evidence. Next, I'd like to discuss the plan for today. We will begin with an opportunity for each party to make an opening statement. We will then proceed to Northwestern's case in chief, including examination of Northwestern's witnesses. After Northwestern's case in chief, we will move on to the interveners. It is my understanding that the interveners do not have witnesses of their own. However, Hydrodynamics indicated in its pre-hearing memo that it may seek to recall Northwestern's witnesses. Accordingly, we will give Hydrodynamics the opportunity to recall witnesses if necessary. Although MCC did not file a pre-hearing memo, we would give them a safe opportunity should they join us. When the interveners are finished, we will move to closing statements, discuss post-hearing briefings, and wrap up this hearing. Do the parties have any questions or concerns with this plan?
No, Mr. President.
I don't have any concerns about it, except that I would like to reserve my opening statement for my case in chief.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other formal pre-hearing matters we need to discuss? Seeing none, let's proceed to opening statements. Would Northwestern like to make an opening statement? Ms. Hill.
Yes, Mr. President. Good morning, Commissioners. Every 2 years, Northwestern, can you hear me? Philip, can you hear me? Okay. Every 2 years, Northwestern makes a compliance filing that includes information that qualifying facilities use to estimate avoided cost. Developers rely on this information to inform projects that they want to develop and make decisions about those projects. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has a rule listing the information that utilities like Northwestern must provide in the compliance filing. The problem is that the information in that rule no longer informs Northwestern's avoided cost. So the information is no longer reliable for developers to use in estimating avoided costs for their projects. But the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, gave state commissions like this one authority to address this problem. FERC gave you the ability to approve alternative data, and that's why we're here today. Northwestern is asking you to approve alternative data that we can submit with our compliance filing. For the avoided cost of energy, Northwestern proposes for that alternative data to include actual market prices in the compliance filing. Since Northwestern joined the Western Energy Imbalance Market in 2021, these market prices set by location represent Northwestern's avoided cost, specifically the avoided cost of energy. So developers can rely on these prices to make decisions about where they want to develop their project. For the cost of capacity, Northwestern proposes to provide the cost of the lowest cost resource in Northwestern's integrated resource plan. Using the lowest cost resource instead of the next planned resource solves the problem of trying to figure out what is Northwestern's next planned resource when Northwestern hasn't even yet conducted a competitive solicitation. Also, when combined with the market price for energy, the lowest cost resource best represents the cost of capacity. Northwestern's manager of energy supply, Jonathan Schaefer, will testify and explain Northwestern's proposal to you and the information that we want to provide in our compliance filing. In addition, 2 energy supply analysts, Matthew Steitzer and Megan Olson, will provide more detail about how Northwestern calculates the cost of capacity. We hope that the outcome of this case will help QF developers and will reduce disputes with Northwestern and reduce the number of contested cases that come before you that you are faced with resolving. Thank you for your consideration of Northwestern's case.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Hydrodynamics has opted to not make an opening statement at this time. So would you may proceed with your case in chief.
I call my first witness, Jonathan Schaefer.
I would like all witnesses to please stand, raise your right hand, and I will swear you in all at once. 1, 2, 3. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Counsel, if any of your witnesses are not currently present, but I believe they are, please notify me now and at the time your witnesses are called to testify so that I might swear them in before you provide testimony. Ms. Hill, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Schaefer. Could you state your name and business address?
My name is Jonathan Schaefer. My business address is 11 East Park Street, Butte, Montana.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
Northwestern Energy.
What is your role with Northwestern?
My current role is manager of energy supply long-term planning.
Could you describe your experience prior to taking this role?
I have a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering. I also have an MBA. I've been with Northwestern Energy since 2013 in various roles and have completed quite a few different projects, LED street lighting conversion, AMI metering, and have taken this new role July of last year.
Are you testifying in support of Northwestern's application in this case?
I am.
Do you have that application before you?
You.
Mr. Chairman, I move to admit Northwestern's application in this case as Exhibit Northwestern 1.
Are there any objections?
No objection.
This testimony is admitted into the record.
Mr. Schaefer, do you also have before you the direct testimony of Damon P. Pellicore that was pre-filed in this docket?
I do.
Are you adopting that testimony as your own?
I am.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
Just my name, but no corrections.
If I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions in that testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Mr. President, I move to admit the pre-filed direct testimony adopted by Mr. Schaefer as Exhibit NWE 2.
Are there any objections?
Just a query, Chairman. I assume that we will get testimony with the corrected witness name on it put into the record.
We can certainly do that.
I think
Yeah.
Okay, without objection.
Otherwise, I have no objection.
Mr. President, just a reminder for everyone using a microphone, we have to speak directly in or the record can't pick it up and people online can't hear him.
Was I too quiet?
Too far away from the mic.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Ruda, do you have any questions of this witness?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you'll understand that when I refer to page numbers in Mr. Pellicore's testimony, I will understand that it is now your testimony and that you have adopted that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you please turn to page DAP 2?
I'm there.
And on page DAP 2, is it the case that now your testimony is that you wish to substitute locational marginal pricing for the current requirements under 18 CFR 292-302? Is that correct?
We will be substituting historical LMP pricing for that.
Okay. And do you recall the specific requirements set forth in 18 CFR 292-302B1 for energy?
Well, the question I have is, are we talking about the alternative method under that, or are we talking about specific
What I'm asking
requirements?
you is the current regulation has a requirement, and I'm asking you if you are familiar with that requirement.
I am.
So you would agree with me that under the current rule, and I'm just going to read the regulation, the estimated avoided cost on the electric utility system solely with respect to the energy component for various levels of purchases from qualifying facilities. Such levels of purchases excuse me, shall be stated in blocks of not more than 100 megawatts for systems with a peak demand of 1,000 megawatts or more, and in blocks equivalent to not more than 10% of the system peak demand for systems of less than 1,000 megawatts. The avoided cost shall be stated on a cents per kilowatt hour basis during daily and seasonal peak and off-peak periods by year for the current calendar year and for each of the next 5 years. Is that your understanding?
That's what it reads, correct?
So I have some questions about that. You would agree with me that currently locational marginal pricing does not comply with the requirements of 18 CFR 292-302B1, correct?
I would say that it's two different methodologies. So, as I look at that requirement was put in prior to a market. And when I look at the title of that CFR, can you read the title of that rule?
The title of the rule?
Yeah, CFR 292, it's the avoided cost of.
It's about making avoided cost information available to qualifying facilities.
And, my understanding too is, with the market now, the alternative method, the avoided cost of energy is the marginal cost at the time it's delivered. And so, are we currently meeting that part B? I would say in our 2023 filing, we are, and we attempted to do our best, but I do think with the market that the alternative method is more appropriate for determining the cost of energy.
I'm going to summarize your answer as saying no, this application and this proceeding does not currently comply with the existing regulation. Is that right?
I would say it complies with the existing regulation under the alternative method part.
What alternative method part are you talking about?
I don't have that in front of me, but if you go down, there's all the rules that are under that current methodology, right? And on the second page of that, I don't have the specific number in front of me. Do you have that? So under this petition, we're requesting Part D, right? A substitution of an alternative method.
No, I understand that, but my point is you wouldn't be seeking a substitution for an alternative method if this application you believed complied with the current regulation.
I don't think I'm stating that. I'm saying that the current regulation is difficult to implement when there's a market. So,
but surely you would not have been seeking a waiver, which you have in this case, if you believed that the information that you have provided in this docket complied with the rule.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion and asked and answered.
No, I believe he hasn't answered the question. The question is quite simple. Does this information that has been submitted in this case comply with the current rule absent a waiver? That's the question. He has not answered that yet.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, he's the policy witness for them. He can surely answer if he believes that it complies or not.
Wait for the chair, Mr.
Okay.
President, to rule.
I'm going to overrule the objection. It has been asked and answered.
The question pending was, since you sought a waiver of the application of 18 CFR 292-302B in this proceeding, I presume that the data that you have provided, you would agree, does not comply with the current rule now, correct?
Mr. Chairman or Mr. President, I'm sorry. Could I have clarification on that ruling? Was it sustained or overruled?
I misstated. It was overruled.
So the witness can answer the question.
Yes, you may.
So again, the application complies with Part D of the rule. The application that we're presenting is a different methodology, so it does not follow and would not comply with B part, I believe you quoted Part 1, correct?
I did. And I just want to make it clear, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just trying to understand the scope of what it is you're presenting today. Because as I look at what's been submitted, it seems pretty clear to me it did not comply. And I just wanted to get your understanding if you understand what I'm asking you.
I understand that you're asking us if the data we provided under this follows the same methodology to adhere to Rule 1, and the answer is no. We're under Part D, which is an alternative method. That's why we're here today.
But nonetheless, without leave of this commission, you submitted data that by your own testimony does not comply with 18 CFR 292-302B1.
And we're trying to comply with, I'm not trying to be argumentative either, but it's a different methodology that we're trying to recognize the ability or the availability of our cost data, right? That's the goal of this whole thing. Historically, we did not have a market. We would forecast blocks of megawatts. As B1 does, we've complied with the 2023 filing. And we're here today to say, you know, is there a better way to assess costs for QF developers under an alternative method? That's why my understanding why we're here today. And so our alternative method is a different methodology than blocks.
Okay, so if I understand your testimony correctly, the measure by which this commission should evaluate your proposal is whether or not it is of assistance to qualifying facilities. Is that correct?
It is here to basically determine the marginal cost, you know, the cost of capacity for our customers and the marginal cost of energy for our customers.
Okay. Would you agree with me that marginal cost and incremental cost are roughly analogous terms?
I don't know. Explain more on that, where you mean that.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because are you familiar with the definition of avoided cost under the federal regulations?
I am.
Okay, and you would agree with me that is the incremental cost of energy and capacity, correct?
That is correct.
Which implies something that will happen, not something that has happened. Is that also correct?
The incremental costs, correct.
Okay. So when I look at your proposal, I hope I'm speaking loud enough, Mr. Chairman. Am I coming through?
You are, when you lean forward, when you lean back and turn your head, it gets a little sketchy.
Okay, I'll do better. It's just this isn't necessarily a natural speaking position. Move this back. Now I'm going to knock it over. Watch.
Please don't.
So let me back up a second. I got a little bit off track here. So we agree that the definition of avoided cost under PURPA is an incremental determination. Is that right?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that the information that you have provided has two basic parts to it. One is a historical look back, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and two, 15-minute LMP data. Is that also correct?
Historically, correct.
Okay, so in any case, none of this is incremental. It's all historical.
Well, under the alternative method, my understanding is that, you know, you have to provide enough data sufficient to, for someone to look at their, you know, the cost of energy, right? And so one case you're asking the utility to forecast that cost, but at the end of the day, you know, the cost of energy is basically what we're proposing is the LMP price, right? The cost of energy. And so in one case, you're asking the utility to forecast. We're saying that has our assumptions associated. We're saying we're supplying enough data for anybody to look at that and make their own assumptions about what that price is going forward.
Okay, you lost me there. What I'm trying to figure out is how you believe historical information complies with a definition of avoided cost that expressly requires it to be incremental, or in other words, in the future.
Objection asked and answered.
I don't believe he's answered that question yet, Mr. Chairman.
Can I read substitute of an alternative method just out loud?
Oh,
Wait,
we got a
Oh, yeah.
we got a pending
yeah, sorry.
objection.
I overrule the objection.
So there's a question pending, Mr. Schaefer. What I want to know is from Northwestern's perspective, you understood that the definition of avoided cost is an incremental calculation. We've agreed that's supposed to be a future calculation. And you've provided this commission with historical data. And I want to understand is how do you think that complies?
You know, I think the question, you know, as I understand it, when we're talking about Part D here, this is an alternative method. We have joined a market. The market defines the price, right? Northwestern Energy does not define the market price. And so under the alternative method, we're proposing that we're providing enough historical data for people to make their own assumptions about a market, about the LMP price. And so our requirements under the substitution alternative method, my understanding is that all we need to do is provide enough data for someone to make their own analysis for forward-looking costs.
Are you sure that's what the rule requires?
Objection asked and answered. Argumentative.
No, what I'm asking him is he says his understanding is that that's what they have to do. And I'm asking him if he is sure that that is what the rule requires. And it's a yes or no answer.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I have to take my glasses off to read these days. It's a hazard of getting older. Okay. So I'm going to read the general rule part of this regulation to you so that I can ask you some questions about it. Do you understand?
Understand?
So B, the title is General Rule to make available data from which avoided costs may be derived not later than November 1st, 1980, June 30th, 1982, and not less than every 2 years thereafter. Each regulated electric utility described in paragraph A of this section shall provide to its state regulatory authority and shall maintain for public inspection. And each non-regulated utility described in paragraph A of this section shall maintain for public inspection the following data. The reason I wanted to ask you about that is it's clear from the rule that the data must be sufficient that avoided costs may be derived from it, correct?
That's what the rule says.
Okay. And we've agreed that the definition of avoided cost is an incremental calculation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what you have provided, and we've agreed with on that, is that the information you've provided is historical. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So if I understand it correctly, what you used to do is you would provide a 5-year calculation of avoided energy prices, submit that to the commission for public inspection. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so now what you propose to substitute is historical data that may be available for public inspection, but someone would have to derive their own avoided cost of energy price from that data. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so basically, even though this part of the FERC regulations has to do with utility obligations to qualifying facilities, what you have done, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is shift the obligation from the utility to the qualifying facilities. Is that correct?
I want a clarification point too,
ahead.
if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
Historically, we used to do the 302 filing to assess cost for QF facilities, correct? I mean, that's what we used to do. The second thing is we paid avoided costs because we did not have a market to refer to, right? So those avoided cost calculations and those forward-looking prices were realistic or were good expectation for a QF. Now we have a market. The market is not defined by Northwestern Energy. And moving forward, we pay for energy at the time it's delivered, which refers back to LMP pricing. And so we are making historical LMP pricing available as that better aligns with how QFs get paid, right, for energy costs.
I don't think I disagree with anything that you just said. My question was, aren't you just really switching the obligation from the utility to developer to develop a forecast?
I would say, I mean, the future cost of energy is based on assumptions, right? And so, you know, do we use Northwestern Energy's assumptions that has risks and expectations around it, or should the developer have their assumptions? It's their investment to make.
No, I agree with that too, but the question I asked you was different, which is, aren't you really just transferring Northwestern's obligation under the regulations to the developers?
I would say, you know, yes, the developers need to do their own assessment under this and set their own expectation for that market.
Okay, so John, and I may call you John, correct?
That's correct.
John, I just, do you have any indication or some part of the regulations or code that says that you get to switch the obligation from the qualifying facility, from the utility to the qualifying facilities?
I guess, isn't that a substitution of an alternative method and why we're here today?
Well, we could be saying that, but we also have to say that that data has to be consistent, correct, with what is already required under the current rule, correct?
Objection, legal conclusion and a lack of foundation for that
Okay,
legal
well, let's go
conclusion.
through that then. So, John, I'm looking at substitution under D.
Mike,
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Uda.
I get a little excited sometimes. Under D, it says, it titled substitution of alternative method. After public notice in the area served by the electric utility and after opportunity for public comment, any state regulatory authority may require, with respect to any electric utility over which it has rate-making authority, or any non-regulated electric utility may provide data different than those which are otherwise required by this section if it determines that avoided costs can be derived from such data. So I believe I understood your testimony to be, well, the qualifying facility developers can do that themselves by using historic data.
Is that a question?
Yeah, that's my understanding of your testimony.
Let's look at part one, the last part, to understand a little bit why this may make sense. Is the current 302 block filing says, you know, we're going to calculate just the daily average seasonal on and off peak rates, right? And QF developers can use that to, on a forward-looking basis, to just should they make that investment. And now we have 15-minute market price. And so that market price is changing every single day, right? And every single 15 minutes. And so if that developer is assessing a solar system, that average daily price would not necessarily be a great number to assess if he should make that payment, right? And so again, you're not wrong in saying we're not forecasting the forward-looking price. It's difficult to do. The second thing is, what is the best method that a QF developer should use to assess if he should make that investment? And, providing this block data, is that meaningful and useful to a QF developer? I'm not sure it is, because really in today's world, if they're getting paid the marginal cost and it changes every 15 minutes, I would say that it would be better to look at historical daily, what's going on every single day in every single month, and try to assess, should I make that investment? And that LMP 15-minute historical data provides more detail about how they, how the market values energy and at what time of the day it market values that energy. And so again, coming back to this, part one is a methodology that to me works when we didn't have a market. And as I look at all this information, again, what is the best method for a developer to assess if they should make the investment? What is the most accurate data that you could give a developer to assess that data? And right now, we're trying to follow a general rule. We're making data available for them to calculate avoided costs. And historical data every 15 minutes is highly accurate than an average daily seasonal peak, off-peak kind of assumption.
Okay, well, there's a lot in there to unpack. So let's go through that.
Sure.
So the first question I have for you is, you're assuming that because this regulation requires you to provide avoided cost information, that somehow this has something to do with whether or not you have to provide forecast avoided cost rates for qualifying facilities in contracts. Is that correct?
Today, we're just here to discuss what's the best available data to file with the 302 so that people can assess cost of energy, right?
Right. But those, you would agree with me, those are two different things. Like if a qualifying facility comes to you and says, I want a contract for 20 years. In the past, we've done contested case proceedings to try to establish an administratively determined avoided cost, correct?
That was before my time, but I believe that is correct.
Okay. So yeah, that's what we did, John. I'll represent that to you.
That's what you did.
Okay. So anyway, this is different though, right? This is just information that developers, and I think you would agree with me, there are differing degrees of sophistication among developers, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So a well-heeled, large, multinational renewable energy developer can probably put together their own forecast of avoided energy costs. I think you and I could agree on that, right?
I think they could. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know, but we assume that they could. But if you're just talking about one of these smaller developers, and I'm just using this as an example, but for example, the Greenfield Irrigation District, they have a project that's 3 megawatts or less. Okay, they're a QF1. Would you expect that all those sorts of developers could simply hire an expert and derive a long-term avoided cost forecast in order to figure out where and when to construct a facility?
Well, I want to separate this too, because I think there's also the QF1 procedure, right? That's for small developers.
Yes, that's true.
And does that have cost data associated with that as it sits today?
I will represent to you that the
Okay,
regulation,
wait, I'm going to instruct the witness to answer the question and not
Yes.
ask the attorney questions.
Thank you.
if you want me to ask you a follow-up question, I will.
I just wanted to point that out is there's a different process for small developers.
Agreed. But to your knowledge, does 18 CFR 292-302 apply to all QF developers regardless of size?
I would say it's a public filing for anyone to use.
So that would include the smaller developers who fall below the QF1 threshold, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And my question was, would you agree that for those developers, trying to come up with their own forecast would probably require hiring an expert?
I also, I don't, how do I want to say this? To answer your question, I don't think we should be setting average expectations for energy when people are trying to deploy different type of energy projects. And so, this historical data provides a lot more detail in it. And if we're providing averages and the market at the time doesn't live up to those averages, is that, I don't believe that sets good expectations.
I don't think I disagree with a word that you said, John, but my question was slightly different. So you have these relatively small resources. Maybe they're affiliated with a public entity and they have to go through public budgeting processes and things like that. Hypothetically, would you expect that these smaller resources could afford to hire an expert to do a long-term avoided cost forecast using the historical data, because you're not doing it for them anymore under this proposal? Can they afford that, or is that a burden to them?
I think the question is, the part I'm struggling is, do they have to hire an expert or not? I don't know. Can they make assessments on what past market trends did and make an assessment of whether they should continue that
Right.
investment?
But John, my point was, in the past, you've kind of done the homework for them. Now you're saying, do your own homework. And my point is, if you're going to invest in a plant, don't you have to have something better than historical information so that you can trend it forward into incremental costs? And isn't that even what's required by PURPA?
I think all that's required is to make data available for under the 302, under this filing, so that someone may determine avoided costs. And, again, we have a market today. And so, should we, Northwestern Energy, be trying to forecast a market just like a stock market, just like say a wheat or a farm or a crop market for customers when there's risk associated with that? Or is it better off to provide the level of detail historically so that they can assess trends and what's going on and make their own calculations on the marginal cost of energy or the LMP price moving forward? Historically, we did that. We also historically paid an energy price that was fixed based on that forecast. So they kind of matched. But now that we joined an energy imbalance market and that market defines the marginal cost of energy, again, the alternative method is why we're here today. And, I believe that providing historical data every 15 minutes provides more meaningful data for them to assess in an investment.
Okay. I may be naive, but it sounds like what you're saying is that I should be able to predict future prices based on what those prices were yesterday. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the historical data provides expectations of what the market has done, correct? I'm not saying that, you know, it's up to you if what level of assumptions you want to make to look at forward cost of that market.
Okay. But going back to this notion of avoided cost, there's nothing incremental in that data, right? It's all just historic data.
I mean, it's data that provides a representation of energy price.
Historically,
Correct.
that's in the past. Correct?
And I would also, again, this CFR says availability of electric system cost data. That's what we're trying to, that's why we're here today, right?
Okay, well, that regulation says a bunch of other stuff too. Would you agree with that?
I mean, that's why we're here discussing it today.
Sure. So under your proposed substitution, the avoided costs will no longer be stated in cents per kilowatt hour during daily and seasonal peak and off-peak periods by year for the current calendar year and for each of the next 5 years. Is that right?
That is correct under the proposal.
Let me change subjects. Was compliance with 18 CFR 292-302 particularly cumbersome or expensive for Northwestern?
Does take time to run simulations to determine block rates.
Right. And under the prior system, when a qualifying facility requested a long-term contract and avoided cost was calculated by Northwestern, was that data then used to create the 302 forecasts? Or is that before your time?
It's before my time, but I'll speak a little bit to my understanding of it is we had to run separate power sim models, which is modeling, to forecast blocks of energy. That's different than I think the large QF process where we forecasted that generator, so to speak, to come up with actual voided costs.
Okay. Can you estimate how long it took Northwestern to create this information every 2 years?
It's probably 2 to 3 weeks.
And how much staff time? Do you know that?
Again, it's 2 to 3 weeks in a variety of meetings.
Okay, but is it like one full-time equivalent, two? How many?
I mean, it's probably a half-time FTE, and then we also hire a consultant to verify and double check and maybe help with those calculations. And so half TE plus consultant time.
Okay. So would you believe that a qualifying facility would have to at least engage in a similar equivalent effort to create a forecast, to turn the historical data you have provided into an incremental avoided cost forecast?
I would say they would have to determine some methodology. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly the sophistication of their modeling. You know, I think there's a lot of ways to forecast data. Our portion is doing a modeling based approach.
But if you wanted to be accurate, I presume you would want somebody who was sophisticated enough to do modeling in a way that produces within a reasonable margin a predictable result. Would you agree with that?
I would agree. I want to make a couple clarifications again. I agree you're correct that to make that level of investment, you should understand and try to justify that investment. The second thing is, under the general rule in the block filing with 15-minute data of LMP pricing now, does that block filing provide enough justification for that investment? And I don't believe that would be the case with LMP pricing.
I'm not sure I understood that answer. Could you explain that again?
So I'll agree with you if you're making this type of a larger investment in a generator to serve capacity and energy needs, that your analysis should be detailed enough to understand the 15-minute data of pricing moving forward. The second comment I want to make too is I think as a developer, you should be cautious on block rates because that data is changing every 15 minutes. And so if you're trying to build for example, a solar facility under block rates, that energy price is probably going to be a lot different for you than what that block rate states. And so, you're saying we're transferring the work to the developer. I do agree with that concept, and I also agree with good cause, because that developer needs to understand the 15-minute data and how that generation acts in a market-based place.
Okay, I think I agree with everything but the last part of what you said.
Okay.
Okay, because if the regulation requires the utility to do this now, and you've agreed that you are shifting this obligation to the qualifying facility, why should you be able to get out from underneath the federal obligation in that way?
Because the level of detail to justify an investment is not captured in daily seasonal peak for different types of generation, especially the variable generation. And so, we're putting this avoided cost data out there. It's kind of general avoided cost data. And, I think setting that expectation with those avoided costs is, to me, a little bit concerning, because the analysis that should be done in a marketplace setting is really, it's this 15-minute kind of look. And that historical data provides what the market conditions have done in the past for them to derive their own avoided cost calculations, of our cost data.
Right, but I think where we're kind of talking at cross purposes is you're saying that you believe as a matter of policy the shift is justified. And my point is, I don't see anything in the regulations that says that you get to do this at all. And I was wondering if you can point me to something?
Part D, substitution of alternative method. Make data available from which avoided costs may be derived.
Right, John, but that doesn't say qualifying facility now has to create this forecast. It just says you can use another method if you think it's a good substitute for what we've required, right?
Objection asked and answered. He said from which avoided costs can be derived. He answered the question.
Mr. Chairman, I think where I'm having a problem is that even her objection doesn't make any sense to me. My question is really simple. I agree with them that D1 says that they can come before this commission and say, this data that we're using is no longer adequate. We want to substitute different data. But there's a test for that. And the test is this sufficient information from which avoided cost data can be derived? Mr. Schaefer has already admitted that this information is not incremental. If it's not incremental, it's not avoided cost, and you cannot use it for avoided cost. For example, and not to do a peroration here, if you try to use a historic resource as the basis for avoided cost, Northwestern would rightly object because that resource has to be avoidable. In other words, it has to be in the future. So the disconnect I'm having with Mr. Schaefer is I'm just asking him in this regulation, where does it say that your obligation can be transferred to the developers, and what does that have to do with the substitution of data? Because it could be any data as long as it's adequate. That's my response to the objection.
And I maintain the objection because nowhere does it say that historical data does not inform avoided costs. Modeling has historical inputs. And there's not a problem with doing modeling.
I'm going to overrule the objection. The question is very specific. I'd like to have a specific answer.
So I guess you're saying here, does part B1, I'm just reading through this again.
Take your time.
So I think we're in agreement. Part B is we are making data available from which avoided costs can be derived, right? You satisfied that. Now you're dropping down into point B1 is you're saying the avoided cost shall be stated on a cents per kilowatt hour basis. And you're saying under the general rule, that's a requirement. And in part D, should that be a requirement in an alternative method?
I think,
And I'm not asking a question. I'm just kind of talking out loud as I'm thinking.
I think maybe my next question will clarify this for you. Okay. I think, I don't think that hydrodynamics position is that the information you submitted complies with B1. Well, my question was more specific. Is there anything in D1, apart from substituting new data, that says that the utility can simply place this obligation on a qualifying facility? Is there any indication of that anywhere in this regulation?
I'm just looking at the general rule. I think under part B, we are maintaining to make data available from which avoided costs may be derived. Again, the block filing, you know, we're proposing that, again, you know, I would rather have a developer understand the detailed data that goes behind and provide that data to the developer than trying to follow part B1, the last sentence, that we are going to forecast costs for just average daily costs, seasonal peak, off-peak periods. You know, I think the historical data provides a lot more benefit to understanding how their investment and the value of energy at times of day at the 15-minute increments has happened in the past.
Okay, I understand that that's your opinion. You've made that clear several times. But my question that was pending to you is different. My question is, I agree with you that under certain circumstances, the utility can substitute data for the data that they're using as long as it complies with the rule. But my question to you, is there any indication in here, anywhere, that says that this obligation, because this is the part of the regulations it is in, utility obligations to QFs, is there any indication anywhere in this regulation that you get to shift your obligations to qualifying facilities?
I believe that's why we're here in D2 is we're asking the regulatory committee for an alternative method because under this rule, it allows the commission to basically approve a different way of doing this. And so in this rule, you know, Part D is we're here to discuss, is this a better way to do this compliance filing? And, you know, again, under Part D1, it just says, you know, the state regulatory authority may require, with respect to any electric utility over which it has rate-making authority or any non-regulated electric utility may provide data different than those which are otherwise required by this section if it determines that avoided costs can be derived from that data. And so we're here today in front of the commission to say, you know, we would
John,
propose.
obviously, I don't disagree with anything that you
Yeah.
said. But again, I'm going to draw an objection for asked and answered, but I got to ask again. I don't see anything in there that says that the utility can transfer their obligation to the QF.
I mean,
You're going to overrule me, so I'm not going to.
I'm going to just state this one here. The flip side is I don't see here anything under the alternative rule that requires us to provide more than data for avoided costs.
Except that it has to be data from which avoided costs can be derived, correct?
Correct. In our modeling, everything we do is we have to base it on historical data. And so when we put together that model, we put together historical data assumptions, how the market did, so that we can derive.
Are you familiar with the avoided cost rate making that was by Northwestern until quite recently?
Not in detail.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that the methodology started off with taking a strip of prices at the Mid-Sea hub for either 2 or 4 years? Sometimes there was an argument about how long it should be, what the liquidity was at that hub, and then tied it to gas prices in order to escalate it forward over the term of the contract. Are you familiar with that?
I was not part of those calculations.
So you don't know anything about that.
Not the detail you're talking about.
Okay, so what part of that involved, let me ask you this, maybe you don't. So what part of that involved historical data?
I don't know the answer to that.
But you agree with me then, at least in theory,
Mr. Uda?
oh, sorry. You agree with me, though, that in theory, it's possible to do an electric price forecast without using historical data, correct?
I would say now, I don't believe that is correct now that we're part of a market.
So when you say you're part of a market, are you talking about the EIM?
For avoided cost calculations for how developers get paid for energy at the time it's delivered. Correct.
Right, but that's a decision that you made. What I'm trying to find out is what this market is you're referring to.
The WEIM market, correct.
Okay, so that's the imbalance market, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what do the LMPs in the EIM indicate generally?
Generally, it's the balancing of that market, but it's the energy value at the time it's delivered.
Okay, so generally, my understanding of the EIM, the LMP nodes, is that it's to indicate congestion pricing. Is that right?
That is a component, but that's not, there's the energy component. So there's an energy component, there's a congestion component, there's a loss component, correct? And so the energy is the majority of the LMP price, but there is a congestion and loss component.
Okay. So are LMP nodes typically used for trades?
I would say for developers, the LMP node is the approved method for calculating the marginal cost of energy.
Okay. So could you have done a calculation of the marginal cost of energy as part of this proceeding?
Not without historical data.
Okay. Because you would have to trend that data forward?
I have to understand the historical character, or the historical market pricing and what the market pricing did at certain times of the year to be able to trend out or to be able to understand what it may do in the future.
Right, but in either event, there's some trending going on, right? You're taking the past and you're trying to trend it into the future, right?
I'd say there's a modeling approach. I don't know if I would call it a trend, but there's a modeling statistical approach to calculating future price.
Right, and that projection would be a prediction of future prices, correct?
Correct.
And that would be incremental, correct?
That would be an incremental cost.
Right, which would be, say it with me, avoided cost. So in this proceeding, you could have done that. You could have taken the historical data, used the L&P data, trended it forward or whatever you want to call it, and created a forecast. You just chose not to do that, correct?
I disagree to some extent. Again, these are avoided cost calculations. You know, now that we're part of a market, they're valued at LMP pricing. We are, I don't want to say this. There's a lot of assumptions there, and I do think this level of investment for avoided costs should be done by a developer with their resources and how they expect that resource to produce, because that market changes every 15 minutes. And so if we're just forecasting block rates, as it's said, yes, we can do that. Is that appropriate? Is that a requirement? Should we be doing that? And again, that's why we're here today is, should we be doing that, or should we be looking at an alternative method to provide the actual data that occurred so that other people can make their own trends and assumptions on what that market is going to do and what that, if they're making, as a developer, making that type of investment.
No, I get the fact that you believe that this is the better approach. I think you might even believe that it's the better approach for the regulated QF community. Have you talked to them about this? Or is this just your opinion?
I would say right now I'm here to state what I believe and what I understand. And again, I believe, and that's why we're here today, to seek public comment. I believe that we're here to ask the commission for approval of a alternative method. And there's two components, right? And right now we're talking about the energy component of that, the metric used to determine energy price at the time it's delivered is LMP pricing. And we think I believe it's prudent to provide the historical data for them to derive their avoided costs for that.
I understand all that. You've said that several times. My question to you was, did you do any market research with the regulated community to find out if they agreed with your opinion or not?
I did not.
So you mentioned there are two parts of the avoided cost data. Okay, so can you explain to the commission what the net cone concept is?
I'd be happy to. So two components of trying to calculate avoided costs. One is the energy piece, and we have a market, and that's kind of what we spent the most of the time discussing. The second piece is the capacity piece. The capacity piece comes from a resource. Our peer utilities such as Puget Sound, Avista use what's called a peaker method. But according to FERC, you're trying to identify what is the value of capacity for your system? And so the way that calculation is done is, and the net cone concept, is you take a revenue requirement of that new generator. So you get over an overall revenue requirement. That's what a customer pays for, right? The revenue requirement of a new generator. It's kind of levelized over 30 years, that life. And then the second thing is this net cone concept. And so a customer has to pay that what's called the gross cone. So that's that revenue requirement. And then there's also the PCAM, right? Where they get credited, now that we're part of a market, they get credited net energy revenues in general from the PCAM, right? From the PCAM. From the PCAM, sorry, I was leaning back. And so, the net cone concepts tries to mimic that. We take this avoided cost of a generator, basically the revenue requirement of that, and then we subtract out some expectation of net revenue from that generator. Because if a developer is getting paid market price, is that truly our customers' avoided cost? Because not only if we look at gross cone, that developer would get paid the gross cone, so the avoided cost of that, and then they would get all the revenue associated with the market. Currently, our customers through the PCAM get credited that revenue, that net revenue from the market. And that net revenue, what I'm talking about, is basically whatever generator we're avoiding, it has variable O&M costs, fuel costs, and fuel costs associated with that. So it's every dollar, it's basically $1 per megawatt hour, right, to operate that unit. And, for the majority of the time, you dispatch that unit based on market price. And so say the market price is $100 a megawatt hour and your variable O&M and fuel cost is $30, there's a $70 megawatt hour kind of revenue component that we currently, through the PCAM method, credit back to our customers. So the net cone is doing the same thing. It's taking the gross cone and it's taking the net revenue requirement and, subtracting that from the gross cone. And what you end up is what's called the net cone, which is the cost of new entry, but it's basically the true cost of capacity that we're paying for.
Thank you, John. That's good. I just do want to clarify one thing. The example that you used is just an example for discussion purposes, not a real example of net cone, right?
Explain to me. I mean, the
You
method.
said it was like 100 and then you.
Oh,
30.
the
That's just an
dollar.
example
Yeah,
for
just
discussion.
example.
Yeah,
just
I just
example.
wanted to be clear on that.
Sorry.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So I'm reading the regulation again, because I tend to be one of those hidebound regulation technocrats. And what I'm struggling with is I don't see anything in part 2 or part 3 that says that anything other than you should have the associated energy costs of each unit expressed in cents per kilowatt hour. Is that right?
So let me read this again. You state your question again.
Well, okay. So my understanding of the purpose of net cone and cone, by the way, for those of you who haven't been, who have lives, is the cost of net entry. The idea is that like there's a cost of entering a marketplace. Is that generally right?
It's typically used in the market. It's basically the cost of capacity in a market-based approach.
So the idea, what Northwestern is trying to do is figure out what the actual cost of entry into a market is. And and John, please correct me if I'm wrong. I understand your testimony to be, okay, so you take the capacity, but there's a lot of revenue that's generated from other services such as energy sales. Is that right?
that is credited back to our customers, correct?
Right. Okay. And so if it's credited back to your customers, then in an avoided cost calculation, it should therefore be subtracted from the cost of net entry for a QF. Is that right?
The gross cone, correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. President, can I just get a clarification here? Cone is the cost of new entry, not net entry.
I'm sorry, new entry. Sorry. Apologize. Okay.
That's from someone who doesn't have a life.
Also somebody whose eyes are not very good. All right. So when I look at the capacity calculation, there is a section in D3, and I'm just going to read it to you and get your reaction to it. It says the estimated capacity costs at completion of the capacity additions and planned capacity firm purchases on the basis of dollars per kilowatt and the associated energy costs of each unit expressed in cents per kilowatt hour. Okay. These costs shall be expressed in terms of individual generating units and of individual planned firm purchases. Are you familiar with that regulation?
I'm reading it, correct?
Okay. Did I get any part of it wrong? Because evidently my eyes betrayed me earlier.
No.
Okay. So I want to ask you a couple questions about that. When it says estimated capacity costs at completion of the planned capacity additions and the planned capacity firm purchases, is any part of the data that you're providing from planned capacity purchases?
I think the question and again, how I look at that, it's planned, right?
Right.
Do we have planned capacity firm purchases right now? And the answer is no.
Okay.
Continue.
But if you had planned firm capacity purchases, it should be included in this data, correct?
It should be included in this data, correct?
Okay. And so would you then, if you were buying power from a third party, would you apply the net cone concept to that capacity purchase? Would that just be simply a market determination of what an arm's length transaction would produce?
So I want to take a step back here is, again, if I read this, we're looking at rules from 1975.
Actually, these rules were adopted in 1980.
1980, okay. So we got rules from 1980 when they were adopted. Historically, there was no market. So all of this kind of makes sense in those kind of conditions. That all of the B3 makes sense how things were done back then. To answer your question today is, what would we evaluate as capacity firm purchases? So capacity firm purchases would have to be identified first in an IRP, right? Because they have to be planned. And the second thing is there's going to be a cost per kW, just like any generator. And so if I understand your question correctly, is would you apply a net cone to a firm capacity purchase?
Yes.
Is that correct? I think the answer is yes, but what is the net revenue of a firm capacity purchase? If we're doing a firm capacity purchase, that has to be tied to a generator, and that generator has a cost associated, an agreement. And so the understanding is, yes, we would still do it, but we would probably, I'm just thinking through this a little bit, could the net cone be done on that? Potentially, yeah.
Right, but if in a arm's length transaction, if the purchaser says, no, I'm not going to agree to that, that's the end of the story, correct?
I would say at this point in this stage to calculate this cost, these are based on planned additions, not necessarily with the developer. And so we would have to go through the IRP process, identify a cost for firm planned capacity purchases, and understand what that would look like. So I'm just trying to have a hard time relating to, having short-term purchases of firm capacity. To your question, would you still use the net cone to calculate planned firm capacity purchases? If that generator was only on for reliability purposes, you would still use net cone, but the net revenue from that would probably be zero, right? Our customers aren't getting any revenue from that generator. We're basically paying for pure capacity in a capacity contract. And again, when you're in a market, that capacity contract is determined by the net cone of that market.
No, I understand
So-
that. And you're trying to create an equivalence between qualifying facilities and utility-owned resources and/or purchases, correct?
I'm just trying to determine, avoided cost data.
No, I understand what you're saying. And I understand that this may be the first time you've thought about this in any sort of detail. But my question,
Objection.
I mean, it seemed like he was working through it. I mean,
State your objection.
I withdraw the statement if it's offensive.
It was.
Was it?
Sustained.
Okay. Anyway, assuming this is not the first time that you've thought this through, let me ask you this question. So you're trying to create this equivalence between the utility on the one hand, where it makes investments in capacity, it generates revenue from other sources, for example, power sales, and those are credited back to customers under PCAM. Is that right?
Correct?
Okay. So I gather what the net cone is supposed to be designed to do is to put a QF on similar footing, correct?
It's to calculate the true cost of avoided capacity is what the net cone is trying to do.
Okay, but nonetheless, there's an effort here to try to create an equivalence between qualifying facilities and utility-owned resources, correct?
I don't think so at all. I think the net cone is really trying to get at, just like the market, it's just trying to get at the capacity component of a new generator. That's all the net cone's trying to do is what is that cost of capacity for that generator? That's all the net cone's trying to do is value the capacity of that generator.
So let's go back to the rule. I don't see anything in this rule that says that calculating capacity should be reduced in any way by the revenue from sales. Do you see anything?
Again, when we're looking at this is a rule from 1980, if I heard you right. And so as I look through this rule, again, we're here today to talk about an alternative method. And to calculate true avoided costs in today's environment, you have to take into consideration of how things work today. And so, to your point, does this part 3 say anything about that? It does not. However, under the alternative method, and again, being here today, is we're trying to best use the tools available, use the tools that are out in the industry, in the market, and truly evaluate the correct calculation for avoided costs for our customers today.
Okay, John, let me ask you this. I did represent to you that the regulations were initially adopted in 1980. Are you aware of the fact that they've been updated frequently since then?
I am not familiar with all the progress of this regulation.
Okay. So, but you are familiar with the fact that FERC adopted a rule called, that was Order 872, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did 872 change, alter, or amend the obligations in 18 CFR 292-302 in any way to your knowledge?
All my knowledge, all 872 states there's two components to energy. There's a capacity value, there's an energy value. It doesn't tell you how to calculate avoided cost of capacity. It just says there's an avoided cost of capacity. That's my understanding of
But-
FERC
but-
872.
So just to be clear, to your knowledge, there's nothing in 872 that alters, amends, abridges the utilities obligations under 292-302. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So is it the case that when you determine the revenue to be generated from a particular capacity installation, you're relying on historic generation data from 2 Dave Gates generating station units?
I think there's two methodologies here. And so you're correct. What was originally proposed is we would use actual data. Again, actual data. This is actually what occurred, right? And the other methodology, again, is we have to model something, right? And modeling has assumptions and approaches. And so, you know, the net cone, and we can do either, but currently in that original proposal is we did historical actual data because this is how Dave Gate operated historically. That is correct.
And the reason that you're using the 2 DGGS units is what?
That was a best representative of how a peaker plant would operate on our system.
And I noticed you didn't use all 3 units. Why didn't you use the 3rd unit?
I actually wasn't around for that specific detail of the calculation. I cannot comment on that.
So you don't know is the answer.
I just wasn't around to do the calculation. So
I assume if you weren't around, that means you don't know.
I don't know.
All right. And do you then take the historic generation from the 2 DGGS units and then multiply it by LMP prices at a node?
That is correct.
Okay. What node?
I'll have to defer to Matt Steitzer to answer that question.
Okay. So you don't know, for example, if it's the node that's nearest to Dave Gates or it's another node somewhere in the state of Montana.
I'll defer to Matt to answer that.
So you are then creating a revenue stream based on the historic data and multiplying it by historic LMP prices, correct?
So exactly correct.
So why couldn't you do that for energy prices?
Historically?
Yeah.
I'm please, are we talking about the capacity point of avoided costs or
No,
the
we're going
energy?
back to energy for a minute. What I'm asking is why couldn't you just create a similar energy price forecast using the same methodology for energy prices that you used to create the net cone?
So I just want a little clarification. You're saying that our avoided forward-looking costs should be the average historical LMP pricing?
What I'm saying is that you created a deduction from the revenue, the net cone, based on energy sales, or putative energy sales anyway. And you could have done that on the energy side, but you didn't. Why didn't you?
Because the energy is the LMP. I'm not quite following you. The energy price is the LMP. It's the historical data.
No, I understand that, but you're using the data, the historical data, to determine a deduction from net cone based on an analysis that you performed of the relationship between LNP prices and DGGS generation.
So let's take a step back here. Again, we'll talk about the net cone calculation is you have a generator and there's 2 methodologies, the forward-looking forecast and the historical actuals. So we took the historical generation of Dave Gates and the market price that was at the time that Dave Gates dispatched. And that determined revenue from that. And my understanding is you subtract all the variable O&M costs to come up with the net revenue calculation for that generator. So essentially, again,
we're trying to get at the true avoided cost of capacity. So just again, like our customers pay for a generator through a revenue requirement, and they're credited back energy sales. And so how do we best rep in today's world what our customers are truly paying for capacity? And again, two different methodologies. One, you can use historical data to come up with how something was dispatched and the revenue of the market at Dave Gates to come up with historical revenue of Dave Gates at the time it was dispatched. And again, that was used to come up with an assumption to calculate a net cone for the cost of owning capacity, because there's the energy rate, that's just the LMP price.
No, I understand what you said, but I don't understand something you just said, because I tried to ask you earlier if the effort here was to create an equivalence between QF generation and the way Northwestern's resources are treated, where you get a capacity payment, generate revenue through electricity sales that's credited back to the customer. And my understanding is the net cone was basically to try to put these resources in equal footing. And my understanding of your prior testimony is that that's not true. But then you just said kind of what I was thinking you were saying. So I'm confused now.
Can I clarify? I mean, and then the cost of capacity, incremental capacity, right, is all we're trying to get at with that calculation. Again, it's just the incremental cost of capacity for our customers.
Right. But in order to calculate that incremental capacity, you're using historical data to create some kind of revenue associated with electric generation from that facility, correct?
That is correct.
So the only part of this that's incremental is the cost of capacity itself, but the net cone is based on historical data.
And I said that that was the methodology that was originally proposed, and I think there's opportunities to forward look at that too, but now we have modeling and assumptions associated with that. But
Oh, no, I understand that, but the proposal currently pending before the commission, take cost of capacity, you're basing it on the expansion at Dave Gates, which has a capital cost associated with it. And then you're creating a historical snapshot of how much revenue would theoretically have been generated during that period of time by two of the Dave Gates generation stations units, correct?
I just want to rephrase here and just make sure I'm on clear understanding is today we're here to ask what resource should we use to determine the cost of capacity, and should we be using historical LMP pricing to under substitution of an alternative method. And then the calculations that you're getting into are the details, whatever method is chose, but are the details of that calculation. And we can talk about it. I think what we provided were example calculations that were done a couple of years ago. And so you're correct on stating that historically, when that was originally put together, we used a historic methodology of comparing other peaker plants on our system and how they actually dispatched to market price to come up with a net cone in the historical calculation.
Okay, just to be clear, when you say a couple of years ago, this case was filed, last June?
I believe so, yeah, sorry.
So when you say a couple of years ago, did you mean last year?
I guess the calculations that was put together were before this docket, but when we included it, these were included last year, correct?
And that is the proposal that's Northwestern is making before this commission.
I think that is example of other calculation to use net cone.
Right, but your proposal in this case is net cone, correct?
Our proposal is asking today under this, if I read to it, I just want to seek clarity. We're not asking for approval on our calculations today.
Well, no, I'm not saying that you are. I'm saying that you're proposing to substitute net cone for what the current regulation requires, correct?
I think we're proposing today selecting a different generator using the peaker method and using LMP price data instead of doing the block filing.
Okay, so you're not proposing to use net cone to calculate capacity? That's not your proposal to the commission?
I would say today how I would calculate capacity for our filings would be to use a net cone concept. That is correct. The exact details of how that net cone is calculated, you know, I don't think we're here requesting approval of the methodology for calculating net cone.
Okay, so it's just the concept of net cone.
Correct.
All right. In what part of the substitute methodology, the alternative methodology you propose in this proceeding is system data?
So the LMP pricing is our aggregated node, called aggregated node of all our nodes on our system. And so to me, that is system data historically of all the nodes aggregated together as an average 15-minute historical LMP provided by CAISO. CAISO, CAISO.
Why wouldn't it be appropriate to include in system data the cost of generating from each of the facilities that are either owned by Northwestern or have contracted with Northwestern to provide power?
So I'm confused at that because the dispatch and our ability to provide power is really determined by the LMB price. And so why wouldn't we state all our variable costs to our generation? Because the avoided cost is the market. And so I'm not sure I can understand how you want to tie those two together.
Sure. I mean, it's not necessarily apparent, right? So what I'm saying is you have contracted for resources, correct?
Correct?
Okay. And those contracted resources, some of them have long-term contracts,
Correct?
right? And the reason you're using LMP pricing rather than those historic contracts or the historic installed generation cost of your own units is because they're historical, correct?
I would say we're using it because the marginal cost of energy now is the LMP price.
Okay. Well, no, you keep saying that, but what I'm trying to understand is why. Because the prior methodology we used in QF rate making cases had to do with this strip at mid-C tied to gas prices long-term. Then we had some fight about whether there was a declining heat rate over time. But in all of these cases, there was a resource stack that was run to show what system costs were. And now you're proposing to say, well, that doesn't have anything to do with anything because we don't really need to worry about our need for energy because the LNP pricing will take care of it. Is that your testimony?
Not exactly. I think my understanding is this. Historically, yes, we were trying to predict a market or a price of energy for our system. We didn't have a market to refer to. There wasn't a third party doing that for us. We were predicting and forecasting to the best abilities we had, the future energy costs for our customers on average. It was average seasonal on off peak kind of energy costs. And, today we're sitting here proposing, and it's the realization we are part of a market now. And there is a third party entity doing the market calculation. That's not Northwestern Energy. That's a third party. And so we're here today to say that, that market is LMP pricing, and that is now the cost of energy.
And so that third party you're referring to is the California Independent System Operator. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in a real way, Montana is now tied to California in terms of energy prices.
Would say it's tied to much more than just California, but
Well, it's the whole Western Interconnect.
yes,
And that
the Western-
California would be 800-pound gorilla in that calculation? 600
potentially.
pounds?
I can't quantify how
You don't want to
much
talk about
calories.
gorillas?
Yeah.
Sorry. You don't want to talk about gorillas?
I just can't quantify.
But California is a significant piece of the demand for power in the Western Interconnect, correct?
They are a significant piece of generation and demand in the Western Interconnect.
Right. And in fact, they are by a significant margin the largest single entity in the Western Interconnect. Correct? Okay. So what is EDAM?
Objection, relevance.
He's talking about reliance on the WEIM as though it was a market. The day-ahead market in the California ISO is going to be EDAM, which Northwestern has said they will join in 2026. That is the relevance of my line of inquiry.
That is not facts in the record. That assumes facts not in the record. No, there's no testimony in here talking about EDAM. There's no testimony talking about what Northwestern intends to do.
Due to lack of foundation, I sustain the objection.
If he doesn't know the answer, he's welcome to say he doesn't know, Mr. Chairman.
I have ruled.
So, do you know what EDAM is?
Yes.
So that there was an objection and a sustained. So I understand we're not talking about
I didn't
EDAM.
understand the ruling. I didn't understand the chairman to say I couldn't ask questions about this at all, because this goes to his credibility on cross-examination, and that is always relevant.
This goes to the lack of foundation.
No, I understand that, Mr. Chairman, but questions on cross-examination that go to credibility are always relevant regardless of foundation.
Well. On advice of counsel, you are currently laying foundation, so it is a fair question.
Can I ask, Mr. Chairman, or maybe I should ask Mr. Hamilton, is this voir dire now?
Okay. If you, as I previously ruled, if you continue to go to the credibility of the witness, it's allowed.
All right. Long way to get there. John, do you know what EDAM is?
I do.
Okay. What is it?
The day ahead market.
Has Northwestern committed, to your knowledge, to entering into the EDAM in 2026?
I am actually not aware of our plans, and I'm confused on why that would change the avoided cost of energy at the time of delivery calculations.
I understand what you're saying, but it is a day ahead market, right?
It is.
It wouldn't be 15 minutes, correct?
It's the day ahead, correct?
It would be a forecast price, correct?
Correct.
And Northwestern could, if they chose to join EDAM, use that instead of the 15-minute LMP pricing, correct?
I can't, I'm not sure. I can't speak to the legality of that because, you know, the question is that the cost of energy at the time it's delivered? And with what I know today, you know, today's understanding is that is what the WEIM is. And that's what it's doing, is calculating that. And so I really can't comment on the future of day-ahead markets. What I'm trying to do is calculate the avoided costs of what I know with the knowledge I have today. And I'm not aware of when there will be a day-ahead market for Northwestern Energy.
So just to make sure I understand, so you don't really know that much about EDAM, is that correct?
I am a long-term planner, so I am not a marketing employee at Northwestern Energy. So yes, my all knowledge of a day-ahead market is limited.
I think I'm I'm close to being finished with this witness, Mr. Chairman. Let me just review my notes quickly.
Take the time as you deem necessary.
Oh, okay. Let me ask this question. Since you're using an aggregate, is my understanding, of LMP nodes in Montana to calculate the historic energy price, is there any concern that any one particular node could cause a significant flattening or increase in short-term energy prices?
I'll say anything's possible, you know, and the historic data provides the best available data we have. So anything future market related is hard to predict. And so there are instances that any connection to our system, which is handled by an interconnection process, can cause congestion.
Okay, well, I wasn't really going to the congestion point, but maybe we could unpack that a little bit. What do you mean by your answer about congestion?
So again, energy is paid at the time of delivery, which we said is the LMP price. When a new generator comes online, there is a new node made specifically for that generator. And so, you know, I can't state exactly what's going to happen at that node, at that generator. And, you know, and as I look at this, I I don't want to say this, is the question I keep coming back to is what's the best data we have to provide for the intent and the actual data we have to derive some avoided costs. And so, you know, forecasting and trying to understand, I'm not sure exactly what it would do on every single point on our system, but I do know on average, as the best available data on our system, that this is the average 15-minute data that we have available.
How many LMP nodes do you currently have on your system?
I'm going to defer to Matt Steitzer exact quantities. I can picture quite a few in my head.
And is there, I would assume, as between these different nodes, and if you don't know, you can say, and I can talk to Mr. Steitzer about it, but I would assume that some of these LMPs, there's quite a bit more action than on others. Is that right?
That is correct. And Any LMP node, the historical data can be downloaded from the CAISO's website. Again, in this filing, we're providing the aggregated historical data for the purpose of this 302 filing. But to answer your question, all that data is publicly available too.
I understand that. Would you agree with me, though, that using the average aggregate could lead to over or underestimations of the price to be paid at any particular node?
I suppose it could lead to differences of price on every single node. Correct.
So, because you wouldn't expect the average to be representative of prices at every node.
It's the best available data we have on average, correct?
And until, if I understood your testimony correctly, until the facility is constructed, has an interconnection, it can't look at the historic prices for that particular node because you don't have a node for it yet until it's actually interconnected.
They have every opportunity to look at nearby nodes to develop their own assessment of future market prices at that.
Do you know whether or not any of the utilities in Cal ISO are publishing historic LMP prices to comply with 18 CFR 292-302?
I'm not aware of, I don't have the knowledge of what other utilities have on their website, but all that is published in CAISO's application. So again, it's all publicly available. I'm not sure exactly what all the other utilities physically publish on their websites.
So to your knowledge, you're not aware of any other utility in the Western Interconnect that is substituting the current data requirements under 18 CFR 292-302 for the kind of data that you're proposing to use in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct. I am not aware, and nor do I have any knowledge of the exact filings that utilities are doing under CFR 292-302.
Is it Northwestern's position in this proceeding that it would be impossible to comply with the current requirements of 18 CFR 292-302, that it would be difficult, or that you just think this is best for everyone involved? What is Northwestern's position?
Again, I think we're here today to answer that is the part of the second part of your question. Can we comply with 292-302? We can. We've done it in 2023. We can do it more moving forward. However, I don't think that is the best source of information now that Northwestern Energy is part of the EIM and getting to how avoided costs should be calculated, I should say. Okay.
So trying to understand your answer. You're saying it's not impossible. You could do it, but you think that a better approach is what you're proposing in this proceeding. Is that right?
That is correct.
Better for who?
I would call it, yeah, it's, to me, the more accurate approach and the more transparent approach.
accurate, but as I understand correctly, entirely historical, correct?
The capacity component is forward-looking. Because that is the only way to calculate the avoided cost of capacity right now of a planned resource. And the energy is the 15-minute data historically correct.
So the only part of it that has a forward-looking component is the cost of capacity absent the use of netcom, correct?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Uda. Due to the fact we've been here for 2 hours, I was wondering if we couldn't take a break right now, about 10 minutes. We'll come back at 11:10. 1 minute, check your phones. It's 11:10. We're back in session. So at this time, I will ask to see if the commissioners have any questions. Because she must leave around noon, we'll start with Commissioner Bukacek. Commissioner Bukacek, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you so much. So going to Mr. Pellicori's gap page 7 in our binder, it's page 45.
Okay.
So the net cone and LMP, I understand provides the net cone and LMP provide the dynamism required to harden the grid in today's regionalization, market-based energy space, complexity of systems, all that. On page 7, Mr. Pellicori, it says under A, it says Northwestern will determine the net cone of this capacity resource by subtracting benefits associated with dispatching energy or providing grid services from the resource. The result from the net cone calculation will be used to set the avoided cost of capacity. So can you line out the benefits that he referred to?
The benefits we're currently including in our modeling and the calculations that were proposed were strictly market-based benefits. And so the benefits are the net revenue of that generator from dispatching into that market, subtracting the variable O&M costs and fuel costs to dispatch that unit.
Okay, and there always were variable costs to O&M and fuel costs. I mean, those have always been variable. Back in 1980 when the original FERC rules. So how would you describe how it's different today?
I think historically, you dispatch to serve your load, right? Today, there's a market that signals you when to dispatch your generator. And I think that the biggest difference here is the LMP market. And so, again, the market's a price signal. And so you're dispatching that generator typically when the market is greater than those costs, creating revenue for that generator. When the market is less than that cost, you have the opportunity to buy energy from the market and not dispatch that generator.
Thank you.
You bet.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Okay, so I know we talked about it for a long period of time about the LMP rates from the Western Energy and Balance Market nodes provided by CAISO. Well, that website, when the QFs are considering entering, will it also provide past LMP market trends or just the current, like at that moment? It seems like for modeling, there'd have to be a bunch of data points. So I'm trying to figure out from a practical standpoint how that would work.
So that website, you can download historical LMP price, but it's by node. And so we have a specific node that's an aggregate of all our nodes, but you can look on the website and look at any node on our system and determine historical prices since we were part of the EIM.
Since you joined, okay. Last one. Yeah, we know that whatever the avoided cost rate methodology is utilized, the rate is ultimately borne by the ratepayers. So how does the use of net cone reduce avoided capacity payments?
So again, the avoided cost of capacity from our customers, what we're trying to do is kind of simulate what the market's doing in the industry, but also how the PCAM operates. And so, we're saving, or we're paying for we're paying for the revenue requirement of a new generator that's selected, right? Just like a customer would. But the net cone piece of that is we're subtracting out the market sales now that we're in the market. We're subtracting out the sales. And again, the whole scope of this is how do we accurately affect or calculate the true cost of capacity that our customers are paying for. And so, the concern is if you don't do that and you're paying both the cost of capacity, but then you're also paying a market rate, you might be overpaying that generator because there's revenue associated with that market that customers get to realize the benefits from through the PCAM.
Part of the same question, DAP page 6, Damon Pellicori, our binder, page 44, separating energy and capacity values and utilizing the least cost capacity resource protects Northwestern customers from overpaying for capacity. Could you explain that?
I'll take it in two pieces. When we're looking at resources and looking at payments, we're trying to understand the true cost of the value of capacity. And so, with that, again, comes market sales. And so as an example, if you have a baseload resource and you're trying to calculate net cone on that, you have a lot more market sales and potential error with that. And so using a least cost capacity resource that just dispatches, limited into the market, it's the best and most accurate way to calculate the cost of capacity. And again, our neighbor utilities use what's called the peaker method, but the least cost resource of capacity to do their calculations off of.
Thank you.
Yep.
No more. I'm done. Thank you.
Are you ready? I see you're busy writing. Should I start at this end?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Schaefer. So the FERC rule, originally adopted decades ago, allows alternative methodologies. Do you know why FERC provided that caveat to allow alternatives to what they established in the rule in the first place?
I can't speak to FERC directly, but as any contract or things, you have to put in flexibility as time progresses. And so I think the alternate method is a way to provide flexibility with changing environments.
Okay. And Mr. Uda asked you several questions about whether the rule prohibited certain actions taken. Is it your impression that the alternative methodology that the FERC rule provides supersedes the remainder of the rule?
The portion of the rule. I think the answer to that, I guess I'll put it this way. Northwestern Energy is willing to do a forecast for LMP pricing for 5 years. That's what's needed. It's a forecast, it's an estimate. But, I guess it's about interpretation. The rule just says that you need to provide the data to calculate avoided costs. And so I'm not sure, I'm not a legal person, which one supersedes the other one, I guess, is where I'm having a hard time.
Okay, so let me go back. The rule in the first place, the primary rule from FERC,
yep,
requires the 302 filings to provide estimates of energy costs, stated blocks of not more than 100 megawatt and priced on a cents per kilowatt basis during daily and seasonal peak and off-peak periods. by year for the respective filing year and for the next 5 years. And I'm going from, if you want to follow, I'm going
I see
from
what you're saying. yeah.
Northwestern's application here, and it's paragraph 9. It also requires Northwestern's plan for the addition of capacity for purchases of firm energy and capacity and for capacity retirements for the next 10 years. And third, it requires estimated capacity costs at completion of the planned capacity additions and planned capacity firm purchases on dollars per kilowatt basis and the associated energy costs of each unit on a cents kilowatt basis. So am I understanding what Northwestern's trying to do here correctly, in that rather than do that, those requirements, you're proposing an alternative methodology that's completely different than that requirement?
That's correct.
And paragraph 11 of Northwestern's application describes the amendment that FERC made to its rule on December 31st of 2020 to allow state regulatory agencies to require avoided cost of energy rates to vary based on cost at the time.
Correct.
Okay. And then it appears that for paragraph 12, and as I recall, the commission issued amended its rules that became effective on September 24th of 2022 to require avoided cost of energy rates to vary based on the cost at the time of delivery. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
So is this proposed alternative methodology reflective of that new requirement that the commission put in place in that 2022 rule?
That would be correct.
Okay, going to the application, in the beginning, there are, and I assume you can speak to this application, correct? In the first few paragraphs that are unnumbered in that application, I'm on the second page of it.
Do I have that in front of me right now, the application piece? Okay, so I have this. Yeah, I don't have the right page numbers, I think.
Yes, Commissioner Bukacek, it's my understanding this application contains the petition and the motion in
Okay,
it.
yep,
And it is called, it's labeled at the bottom, Northwestern Energy's petition and motion for waiver.
Okay.
And that's the application, correct? Okay, just for clarification. Yes, that is correct. Okay. So on page 2 of that application, at the bottom of the page, near the bottom of the page, there's a comment that says that Northwestern respectfully requests the commission to substitute an alternative method to provide avoided cost estimates to prospective QFs, which better aligns with the current state of the law and provides greater transparency for QFs to determine its avoided costs.
Correct.
Okay, I would like you to elaborate on that statement, please.
so today we already have QFs that, pay LMP rates, right? Even though we have an old 302 block filing out there, the QFs chose, and per that, they pay LMP rates. And LMPs are better aligned with how QFs get reimbursed, right, or paid for their energy. And so again, number one, transparency of avoided costs and tying that to LMP creates transparency. The second thing is the capacity payment. And so the capacity payment of that, again, trying to better align how customers pay for capacity. And so, selecting the right resource and performing the right calculations, which include net cone, the methodology around net cone, seems like that, not seems, it is the more accurate way to value capacity in our system. And so this 302 filing, is more, I would say, accurate in how QFs are paid for in today's environment. And so again, they're paid LMP and a capacity payment. And so again, we're posting the future capacity price based on our need, and then we're tying that to an LMP price. And so as I read through that, that's how it's getting to be more transparent than an all-in blended number.
Okay, thank you. And can you explain the connection between the LMP, the locational marginal pricing at the 15-minute intervals, and the PSC's rule requiring time of delivery?
So, the time of delivery is the real-time market price, and the LMP or the market does that. And so can you maybe rephrase your question, because I'm not sure I'm answering it right, but to me, the LMP meets that requirement, and QFs have already started adopting that.
That answers my question. Okay, also on going to page 3 of the same document, near the top, Northwestern posits that using this alternative methodology for its 302 filings will reduce issues and ease the commission's burden in QF contested cases. Can you please describe what issues would be reduced?
So my understanding is prior calculations, we had to forecast cost moving forward. And that is based on modeling assumptions. And so a lot of times when there was a fixed rate for a QF on Energy 2, it was kind of all in blended, there was a lot of contestant issues with how that was calculated. And so by taking that out and saying, well, you really just get paid the marginal cost, which now is the LMP price, the energy, there shouldn't be many issues. It is what it is at the time of delivery. And so that's one component in the statement. The next one is capacity. We're trying to calculate the exact, or the cost of capacity, only the cost of capacity. And just like our peer utilities, the best way to do that is to choose a capacity resource, the least cost capacity resource. And so the second contested issue is what resources are getting chosen. And by saying it's the least cost capacity resources as defined by the IRP, I think it makes a lot of clarification around that. And, and it's the best and most accurate way for our customers to value, just like a market would, but value for our customers the true cost of capacity. So with this 302 filing, giving a signal to LMP pricing and giving a signal to what our customers pay for capacity, we're hopeful that reduces the confusion and contested cases moving forward.
Mr. Uda asked you a series of questions regarding shifting the burden from Northwestern Energy's purported obligation to provide these forecasts for the QFs. And please interrupt me if I'm misrepresenting what you said, Mr. Uda, but
You're doing fine so far, Commissioner Fielder.
And so he also asked you if Northwestern Energy could continue to use the, I will call it the primary methodology rather than this proposed alternative methodology. And I believe you answered that you could. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm having trouble understanding how you could do that and still provide, meet the commission's requirement under its October 20 or September 22nd rule change that requires the time of delivery pricing. Do those conflict?
I would say, I mean, the true void, first of all, the 302 filing's an estimate, right? It's a forward-looking estimate. And so to answer your question though, there is conflict between the two. You know, the block filing is not going to necessarily match the LMP pricing, so to speak.
Okay, so that goes to another question I was thinking of when you were testifying earlier, and that is the current way that Northwestern's required to do its 302 filing and provide that data for estimates. Has that been historically, is it proven to be accurate?
I am not aware of any QF that has selected rates off that block filing.
Why is that?
Because I believe that, the QFs greater than 3 megawatts, they all look towards securing the rate they think is reasonable. And so they're looking at our methodology and challenging that and really coming up with the cost of their facility. But the block is a assumed forecast of block loads. And the other reason too is QFs align themselves with a LEO date, right? And so QFs really are the capacity portion of that changes with the potential of LEO date. So anyways, the block filing is a older methodology, an estimate of block rates. When we come to do that calculation, it's, again, their estimates, and every QF we've been part of that I am aware of had negotiated other rates than the block rates.
Okay, so just to help me understand and be clear, did you say the QFs are using LMP pricing instead of that block rate?
But not all of them. The ones with older contracts we still adhere to, but any of the more recent QFs use LMP pricing.
And is that, did you say that's their choice, that they're choosing to do that?
That's correct, that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I would say, can I rephrase that just real quick? I mean, they accepted our proposal of LMP pricing. Did they choose to do it? They accepted our proposal of LMP pricing and the requirements that the commission set forward with at the time of delivery.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So on page 9 of this petition in motion, Northwestern makes a statement here at the top of that page. It says, thus, through this filing, Northwestern is providing prospective QFs with estimates of its avoided costs, and the spirit of the rule is still accomplished. Do you agree with that statement?
I do.
Can you please elaborate on why you believe that's true?
The spirit of the rule to me is to come up with avoided costs for our customers to pay third-party power producers rate. And so our avoided costs, again, in today's world, uses a market. And so, our alternative method still is looking at that market. And the second thing is the rule is requiring the capacity payment. And again, we're providing a capacity payment, we're providing an energy payment. To me, that's the intent of this rule, is to publish those so that people can understand the value of capacity and the value of energy as they look at our system. And so then, to me, that's the spirit of the rule. And our alternative method is still providing the forecasted capacity payment. And then it's providing historical LMP payments, which provide enough data, even more data than these block filings, for developers to assess their generation.
Okay. And so is it your understanding or interpretation of the requirements that Northwestern does not have to provide the estimates of avoided costs, the forward-looking estimates of avoided costs, but merely needs to provide data so the QFs can develop their own estimates.
That is how we interpreted the rule, yes, is we're going to provide enough data so that developers can estimate the value of energy on their system.
All right, so now I want to go to paragraph 18 of the petition, which goes into the peaker method for determining avoided capacity costs. I'll let you get to that page.
The petition,
Yeah, page
Paragraph-
18.
page,
The application, we'll call it.
yeah, it's page 18. Do we have the page number for me of just the petition?
Oh, it's paragraph 18, it's page 7 of the petition.
Okay, thank you.
for the application.
Okay, gotcha. Yep, I'm there.
Okay, so paragraph 18, goes to, from Northwestern's perspective, to provide QFs a more accurate representation of Northwestern's estimated avoided capacity costs and avoid doubling counting avoided energy costs reflected in the LMP rates. Northwestern's requesting the commission to approve the use of the peaker method, correct?
Correct.
And Northwestern is also proposing to use the least cost capacity resource identified in Northwestern Energy's IRP. current.
That's correct.
Okay. And then Northwestern is proposing to use the net cone for that resource that's identified in the IRP.
That's correct.
Okay. And the next part of that paragraph confuses me. I'm not clear on what it's saying or what it means, but it says the selected resource may not correlate with Northwestern Energy's next plan resource, the resource it selects from RFP, or its latest acquired resource, because avoided cost of capacity should rely solely on capacity, not energy cost. Can you clarify the because part of that?
Yeah,
I mean,
be
first of all, would it be fair to put a sentence or a period right before because, and would that statement be true?
that's true.
Okay. And then could you rephrase the next part or even the whole sentence? I'm just confused about why the selected resource may not correlate with Northwestern's next plan resource, et cetera. And it says because avoided cost of capacity should account solely for the cost of capacity and not energy. Can you please explain that? I'm just not understanding what Northwestern's
Yeah,
saying
let's do a quick example. And so let's say our next planned resource was a more expensive resource, but it provided baseload power. And so that resource, again, was the lowest cost energy resources that meets the entire needs of our portfolio. But the needs are both capacity, but then there's this energy need, right? That's what a baseload resource like a combined cycle does. It selects that resource and it meets both energy and capacity needs. And so you can still do a net cone calculation on a baseload resource, but it's highly tied to the market, right? Because it's a resource that is going to be dispatch frequency with low variable O&M costs. So you're going to dispatch that frequency as low operating costs, but it might have a higher capital cost, right? And so, you know, if our next plan resource was a baseload resource, you know, trying to calculate the cost of capacity is a little bit more complex and subject to more error because it's serving two different functions, a capacity function and an energy function.
And so you can still, again, apply the net cone. So, but you have to subtract a whole bunch of market revenue from that resource. And so, you know, looking at our peers too, you know, it would be easiest. And again, we're just looking for that cost of capacity and the value of capacity to do this calculation, avoided cost calculation. The best way to do it and most accurate way to do that is to simply pick the least cost capacity resource, which is strictly, you know, used mostly for capacity. And so you're not dispatching it a whole bunch in the market. Usually has a little bit higher variable O&M costs. Because of that, it's not as efficient, so to speak. But it best represents a resource for capacity for the purposes of determining the voided capacity cost. And so I'll try to sum that up is, again, other resources blend both capacity and energy. And so by doing the least cost capacity resource, we're kind of trying to push out most of the energy component to that calculation of capacity and truly getting at the true cost of capacity a QF would be paying on our system.
Okay, thank you. And just also to help me understand this sentence, this particular sentence, it begins with the statement that the selected resource may not correlate with Northwestern's next planned resource.
Yeah, the selected resource for the least cost resource. In our modeling, we might have a resource that gets selected because it's providing both market-based revenues and capacity in our modeling approach, because we do evaluate net revenue to our customers when we model. And so, again, the model and the least cost resource or the next planned resource might be different than a resource that's truly used to evaluate capacity because our system has different needs.
So you used the word might there a few times, and I
Yep.
want to know is, could the word might be substituted for may in this sentence? Is that what
Let's
the
see.
Northwestern means, is the selected resource might not correlate?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct.
Going to Mr. Pellicori's testimony, DAP 5.
There?
There is a question there. See if I can get there. Question at the top of the page says, can prospective QFs rely on the 15-minute LMP nodes to forecast prices and payments? Answer from Mr. Pellicori is no. And then he goes on to explain, however, da 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 da. So if Northwestern's position is that you're providing enough data for the QFs to forecast their, come up with forecasted prices and payments, how do you comport with this answer here, saying that no, they can't?
So we're talking, I think, a little bit two different things is the 302 filings providing an estimate of forecasted or estimate of pricings, right? And they have enough data to assess pricing. Can they specifically rely on LMP nodal historical pricing? The answer is no. There has to be assumptions made, right? And so again, you know, the LMP pricing and the historical stuff is the best data we have. If they're solely relying on the 15-minute LMP price historic to forecast prices and payments, just trending that out, you know, I can't say that would be accurate. There's a lot of stuff that goes into energy price today. As Mr. Uda said, it It does depend on where that QF is in our system or connected to our system. So, you know, we're providing enough data for them to assess the potential, but we're not necessarily stating that that data can be used to justify that investment, if that makes sense. Solely that data that we provided.
Thank you. Commissioner Wellborn, do you have any questions? The passes. Commissioner Pinochi, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Uda brought up some pretty important concerns. Any of the concerns he brought up today, is any of that brought up a concern you may have with the methodology you'd like us to look at? Is there something he brought up today you didn't think of before?
Do you have any examples of that you're thinking about?
Well, shifting what you would do to figure out the methodology and now putting on to the provider of the QF, that seems like that's a change he's very concerned about. Could you maybe rewrite the methodology that you're asking us to look at to meet some of his concerns? That may make him feel more comfortable, and you guys kind of work out some of these issues by making a few changes. What are your thoughts there?
You know, I just want to make a couple comments. Again, QFs do their own calculations. They don't necessarily rely on the block calculations we provide. The second thing is, yes, we're happy to forecast and estimate LMP price on the aggregated note if we wanted to do that. Again, it's likely QFs are going to go look at historical stuff anyways to understand if they should make that investment. And so, you know, if that is a requirement that we forecast that moving forward, my recommendation would be we forecast the LMP pricing at the aggregated node. But it's still going to be an estimate. You know, it's likely the QF developers are still going to do their own calculations.
This alternative methodology, is it used in other states that you know of, and that's why you're following this example, or is this something that you guys are doing first of its kind, say, in the country that you know?
I think I haven't studied all other utilities on what they require for the 302 filing. So I can't comment on it, but to come back to it, how do we most accurately represent avoided costs clearly and transparently? And I still think this logically is the most appropriate way to calculate and present avoided cost data.
Northwestern Energy supplies electricity in other states, is that correct?
That is correct.
This alternative methodology, are you proposing it Montana, not the other states? Or we like the first state?
We do a block filing in South Dakota. So we do that. Block filing, we do not have a lot of QF development in South Dakota. So we post that as a basic requirement. Again, could we be more accurate? We do have a lot of QF development, it seems like, in Montana. And so I do see it getting to Montana first, if that makes sense. Again, we can still provide the old methodology. We just think there's a more transparent way with the QF activity to present avoided costs moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. No more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Pinochi. Mr. Schaefer on DAP 5, very top of the page. The person you're filling in for, Mr. Pelligori, ends his discussion on avoided cost, hour by hour versus 15 minutes. And then the next sentence is, work order 872 2 found LMPs acceptable for setting avoided energy costs. Your testimony seemed to agree with that. Are there any parts of any FERC order that would be contrary to capacity payments under what you're proposing?
No.
Second, got a interesting discussion on primates that live on the coast. California is the big girl in the room. However, they also have, depending on where you look, 2.5 to 3 times residential energy costs. And I have to assume because they also have the largest amount of distributed generation throughout the Intermountain West, almost all of which is intermittent, that they're paying a greater cost, if for no other reason, the illiquidity of the market out there for various services required to integrate that. Will that give us a false reading as to what the proper payment in Montana would be? Or do the other states moderate that? My concern is having enough a state that has 3 times residential electricity rates as part of our basis that Montanans will be subjected to unfair rate increases.
I'm going to try to bring it back to this filing, but you know, the fact is we are connected, right? And we have a market that reflects that. And then the interesting thing too, what you see is energy prices actually going down during peak variable generation. And so how are we impacted by that? I think is a little bit more complex on just relating it to LMP price, I guess. I'm not sure if that's what you were getting at, or if you were talking about really the development of QF facilities in Montana.
I'm not talking about the development of QF facilities. I'm talking about the LMP.
Yeah.
Our locational marginal pricing here with the various costs that go into that for a similar location in California, if that's 2.5 to 3 times higher, regardless of what happens to the market during peak generation of, say, solar out of California. That's not part of this filing. However, locational marginal pricing is, and the outfit that you joined certainly brings that into question. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay. You know, to me, it's a market-based approach for energy. If you know, and again, it's really, when you talk about a market, there has to be a demand at that location, right? And if there's no demand, it's a market. So again, energy prices start falling, right? There's no value to put energy in that specific location. And so to me, yes, we're interconnected to the system, but that means, does that affect our LMP pricing? It does in a market effect. If there's a lot of renewable energy on the system, you know, you do see prices during those peak times start dropping in Montana. And so there's some benefits to it. But then when there's a lack of generation, you do see market prices increasing to get the energy where the demand is. But it is the current tool the industry uses to value energy at the time of delivery at a specific location. And it's kind of the best tool we have available to assess that price. And so, you know, independent of California, I would say it also, you know, controls, you know, just the overall revenue from the energy component. When you talk about utility bills, this is not part of this docket. That includes recovery of projects, right? But LMP pricing is strictly an energy market-based approach. And so, again, it's the best available, most transparent way to determine the cost of energy at a specific point on the system.
Not to belabor the point, but if California were not part of RAP, or if you could segregate it out, go to RAP and say we'd like to have these 7 states because they're more representative of Montana. Would Montana see a benefit from that action when we're talking LMP?
I can't say or predict, I guess, assumptions. I can reflect though, in South Dakota, we operate in SPP, right? And so again, real-time pricing to assess how we dispatch generators in SPP's market. It's the best available tool, you know, that we have to available. And the fact is right now we're part of that market.
Just a quick observation that in South Dakota, you're part of MISO.
Oh.
And you get a
No, we're part of SPP in South Dakota.
South Dakota is part of MISO. MDU is part of MISO as well. So we're just talking to you. We're just talking Northwestern Energy in Montana. Thank you. This goes a little bit, I think, to what Commissioner Fielder was talking about. Same page, DAP 5, line 8. Northwestern will pay QFs based on pricing at their designated LMP nodes, which will not exist until after the QF is developed and integrated into Northwestern system. Does develop mean contracted, or does develop mean built?
Develop means basically under construction, almost built. And also they have to get all the interconnections and stuff in place and define all the interconnections. So the LMP price is pretty much a node is developed at basically near the end of construction.
So it's not built, it's in the process and assumed to be fairly close to being completed. Okay, and this goes to what Commissioner Fielder was talking about, I believe. MMS 10, line 20. Resources in the portfolio, including constructed resources, contracted resources, and unbuilt QF resources. So we're talking about the exact same thing. So then does it follow that those QFs are being paid? And there's an example in here, I don't have the exact page, of like $44,000 a month based on kilowatt hours, whether they are producing or not?
So correct is 2 portion of payments. One is a capacity portion, and they get paid that when they're connected to our system. There is mechanical availability requirements a part of that, but they get the capacity payment whether they produce or not. And then there's the energy component, that's the LMP price. And so they get paid whatever the LMP is and for whatever energy they make available to us to purchase.
So the LMP is on the completed part of the QF, and the capacity is part of projected being completed someday.
Correct.
Is that a FERC rule, or is that your own determination?
I would say the FERC requires a capacity and an energy portion. And so FERC doesn't define how you pay for capacity, but it's pretty industry standard. And again, the net cone is what the market's doing right now. But again, that's pretty industry standard to basically have a capacity payment and then an energy payment.
So it's not a FERC rule, but rather a standard practice to pay for capacity, whether it's actually there or not.
It's a FERC rule that you have to recognize capacity's value in the voided cost calculation. And then, it doesn't necessarily need to be producing to get that payment with LMP pricing, right? You're going to pay that to have that, we are going to recognize that in our portfolio of accredited capacity with RAP. And so there's value to that, and we're going to pay for that capacity. But that unit also means it has to be operational. And so, you know, with LMP pricing, if that market is high, that's likely when we need capacity, right? And I'm not sure why a QF or someone wouldn't be producing when the market price is high.
Okay, thank you. So with that, does hydrodynamics wish to recross this witness?
Mr. President,
Wait.
and I'd like to go back as well for one more question.
Okay, we'll finish up. Back to her. Go back to her first.
Okay, thank
Commissioner
you.
Fielder.
Thank you. So Mr. Schaefer, you confirmed earlier that you can speak to the application that Northwestern made. Northwestern's required to make a 302 filing every 2 years. And rather than making a filing on July 1st of 2024, Northwestern Energy filed this application requesting waiver. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm wondering why Northwestern Energy did not file this application with the petition and the motion in a timely enough fashion for the commission to have made a decision and for then Northwestern to have met the filing requirement of July 1, 2024.
If I understand this right, and this is subject to check, but there was a old rule that we would do it after IRPs, is how it was originally done.
Can you restate that, please?
So the 302 block filing was done after we've completed an IRP. And so it was on a different cycle. And then a new ruling got put in place that required a filing every 2 years. And so in this little switch, we again filed our last 302 block filing in 2023. And then, you know, we're kind of relying on this 2 year because we have to file it every 2 years, right? And so our plan to get back on track and comply with the new rule was to file in 2025 and again in 2026 to get back on this new rule. And, you know, this application again petition was put in to say, you know, let's make sure we're aligned on what we should be filing. So.
Are there any reasons why Northwestern couldn't have done that prior to July 1, 2024 specifically?
Not that I can think of.
So I'll give you another opportunity. I'm looking for why Northwestern filed this on the due date when something else was due. You guys filed something different with us. Why did you do that? Why didn't you give us time to deal with this so that you could have complied with the filing requirement?
And I got to be honest, I wish I could answer your question directly, but not being in my role, I was not aware of how that decision was made and what decisions were made for the reason that you're talking about for not filing with this.
So to your knowledge, is there any other witness that Northwestern will produce that can answer why Northwestern shouldn't be penalized for not filing timely as required under 302?
To be honest, no. I'm not sure any of our witnesses would be able to today to understand why that decision was made. The few people who made that decision, my previous no longer works at Northwestern Energy. And so speaking directly to that, you know, I can't say why that decision was made. It was just, again, going back to it, I think that's an alternate approach that could have been done. We put this petition together and requested a waiver and still are trying to stay within the 2-year compliance metric.
Okay, and can you please just re-explain to me what you talked about earlier in response to this question, and that was trying to sync up some timeframes with changes that had occurred, shifts that occurred. Can you please clarify what you were talking about there for me?
Just internally, you're asking for question with people with the knowledge who made that decision. The manager that was in my current role has left the company for another opportunity. And so, that would be the guy that would, understand why this decision was made. But again, as a witness, I'm not exactly sure who else we go to understand that.
I've got that. Just wanted to go back to, when I first asked you the question, you were talking about some changes in rules that happened, and then you filed in 2023, and then you were trying to adapt and then get synced up starting in 2025 instead of 2024. And I didn't follow everything that you were explaining there. So could you just re-explain that for me?
So let's just take a step back. So we joined the market with LMP prices prior to the 2023 IRP. Rules adopted. To deliver the requirement to deliver energy at the time of consumption, basically. We were just completing the 2023 RP. We did file a block filing during that. And then the next one with the LMP pricing change says, is the block filing still relevant? And so that was kind of the rule changing I was mentioning to state again why we're looking at filing an avoided method or an alternative methodology. Did you?
Thank you for your attempt. I will let
Yeah,
our
I
staff
apologize.
further flesh that out if they feel like they need to. Thank you.
Mr. Lucas, do you have any questions?
Thank you, President Molnar. I do have a series of questions here. I would estimate it'll take about a half an hour to run through. Would the parties like to break for lunch now? Come back?
I would.
Okay.
We are adjourned until 12:40. 40. Well, I was giving you half an hour to run the Dairy Queen. We're adjourned till 1 o'clock. Bring us back into order. It's 1 o'clock, the appointed time for reconvening. Everybody is still under oath. For the record, Commissioner Bukacek has joined us online. Recross examination. Oh. Was I wait for her to come on?
Mr. President, no, Commissioner Bukacek, for the record, is not online yet, but if she does join us, we'll make an announcement for the record.
Okay, does hydrodynamics wish to recross the witness? Oh, wait. Mr. Hamilton, do you have any questions, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, John. Thanks for joining us. I have just a few things that I'd like to discuss with you about the energy imbalance market and Northwestern's IRP process. And so I have circulated for the parties and for the witness just a few excerpts from that. But if that's difficult to read, we can absolutely try pulling it up on the big screen. Sound good?
That sounds great.
All right. So to begin with, where we left off, we were talking a lot about the locational marginal price, or LMP, that is produced by the Western Energy Imbalance Market, correct?
Correct.
So can you explain to me the purpose of the Western Energy Imbalance Market?
It is there to provide energy at the time of delivery. And so it's there for people to make purchases to cover their load to balance the system.
Is it fair to say that the purpose then is to cover load and balance the system?
It's the balancing market, so balance the system, yep.
Okay, so how does a balancing market differ from like the Mid-Columbia market?
With this, a lot of the market stuff and the modeling and Northwestern's energy approach, Matt Steitzer, the witness, is the better witness to answer some of the technical questions. He worked on a lot of the technical stuff with the 2023 and how those markets and our modeling did the market price.
Okay, so you're saying that Mr. Steitzer is the better witness to ask when it comes to the 2023 Integrated Resource Plan?
Correct.
Okay. To your knowledge, though, do you know what the differences are between the energy imbalance market and Mid-Columbia?
Yes.
Could you explain those?
So the Mid-Columbia market, I'm going to kind of refer to this too.
I should point out that those are just excerpts, so it's not the complete set if you're
Okay.
looking for specific information in there.
Okay. The Mid-Columbia market is a more of a, I think, day ahead, but I'm going to be honest, a day ahead, but I'm going to turn these questions with the market and stuff over to Matt Steitzer as well. So anything with the market related energy in the 2023 IRP, these are our technical expertise with that and how things are calculated and the influences on Northwestern energy system.
Okay. Very well. I'll have some questions for Mr. Steitzer then when he's up. In your testimony, though, you indicated that Northwestern would be willing to provide a 5-year forecast of LMP prices for QFs if that was the commission's decision. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you describe for me how Northwestern would provide that 5-year forecast?
I think there's a variety of ways we would do it. Matt can talk about how we forecasted LMP prices in the 2023 IRP again. And again, if this is all pricing LMP and how that could be forecasted, I'm again defer to Matt Steitzer.
Okay. Very well. I'll ask Mr. Steitzer about those. Let's move on to dispatching, because I believe in your testimony earlier today, you talked about how Northwestern decides when to dispatch its own resources. Is that correct? Do you recall that at least?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you refer to market prices to decide when you're going to dispatch a resource.
That is correct.
What is the importance of the market price in those dispatch decisions?
In our forward-looking, modeling scenarios, that is one of the drivers of how we determine how a generator's dispatched in a modeling-based approach.
And so it's looking at the market price and what the market price is doing and determine how to dispatch that generator.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, if the market price is less than the cost of dispatching a generator, what does Northwestern do?
In real time or in a modeling?
Let's start with real time.
So going into the real-time operational of the generators, I think they are bid into a market and dispatch that way, right? And so there is a price that we dispatch to, and we can provide that signal basically.
You just said you bid into a market. Is that market the EIN?
So I'm going to defer these
Okay.
questions to Matt Steitzer because, yeah.
Very well. So to return to your earlier question to me, am I asking about real time or simulated? Do you know the answer, how Northwestern simulates the dispatch?
I do, but again, the clarity that Matt will provide on pricing, the modeling, and the forecasting is better than I can do.
Okay. Let's talk then briefly about the avoided cost of capacity.
Sure.
Under Northwestern's proposal, capacity costs would be fixed for the duration of the contract. Is that right?
That is correct.
And are you estimating, or it's possible at least, that those contract durations could run up to 20 years?
That is correct.
Okay. And the net cone that you're proposing in this docket, it can be calculated for any type of resource.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you run me through the variables that are required to calculate the net cone?
So again, the variables basically is how that generator is dispatched and the market price. And so it's all modeling based approach on determining that dispatch in a forward-looking scenario. The other methodology is the actual data to do it on a historical basis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's kind of two different methodologies out there. The original proposal was the historical method. This is exactly what the generator did. But I think there's an opportunity to do forward-looking net cone calculations as well. But that net cone calculation is heavily dependent on your estimates for the market. And so as you start doing it for different types of generators, baseload generators, as my previous example, the market price influences that net cone calculation a lot more.
Okay.
That makes sense.
It does. So does Northwestern calculate the net cone for each of the resources it evaluates in an IRP?
I would say the software is inherently doing that. So the software is determining the least cost resource, right, for us. And so we haven't really taken and broken out that component and showed that. But the software is looking at how that is dispatched and the net revenue from that generator when it selects that resource.
So is the least cost resource identified in Northwestern's IRP also the resource with
We interrupt this testimony to announce Commissioner Bukacek has joined us online.
Can you state that one more time, that question?
Sure. In Northwestern's integrated resource planning, when Northwestern identifies the least cost resource, is that the resource that has the lowest net cone?
I'm just thinking through the modeling software. I'm going to defer to Matt Steitzer if that's the true actual, would it result in the lowest net cone? We haven't looked at that for every single resource, but that resource is the lowest cost resource to serve our needs, and that is including both an energy need and a capacity need. And so that's the previous, and would that result in the lowest net cone? I'm going to defer that to Matt Steitzer on the yes and no question to that.
Okay. In that case, I'll reserve the rest of my questions for Mr. Steitzer.
Does Northwestern wish to redirect this witness? Oh, I guess we'll go with you first. Mr. Uda, do you wish to redirect this witness?
I have just a few additional questions. One of my questions is, Commissioner Fielder asked you about your belief, I think as she put it, that you were complying with the spirit of the rule. Do you recall that?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you supposed to comply with the spirit of the rule, or are you supposed to comply with the rule?
I think we also discussed this as well, is the alternative methodology we're proposing is basically replacing section B1, 2, 3 in that rule. And so that is our interpretation. So the alternative method is providing a method that, you know, provides a transparent process to calculate avoided costs for our customers.
Right, but regardless of your opinion about whether it complies with the spirit of the rule, if technically the material that you provide does not comply with the rule, then regardless of whether it complies with the spirit is really immaterial, isn't it?
I can't comment on the legal, because I think everything you're saying is on the basis that the alternative method does not replace sections 1, 2, and 3 in that rule.
My point is that this commission has yet to approve your alternative methodology. And you haven't made the argument, have you, that the information that you're providing technically complies with that rule. You're saying you want something else, which is why you're asking for a waiver, correct?
State that again.
Okay, so we have the current rule.
Yep.
The current rule, I think we would agree, says, okay, you have to do an energy forecast for 5 years. It has to be stated in cents per kilowatt hour. And there's different requirements for different utilities. I believe Northwestern is over 1,000 megawatts, so it has to be stated in 100 megawatt blocks. I think you refer to as the block filing. And then for capacity, there's other requirements having to do with how that should be calculated. You're not producing that information in this case. I think we've established that, correct? You want to do something else, which is why you have asked to waive the rule.
We asked for a waiver of our filing, not necessarily the rule. And again, we can do cost calculations following those rules and provide that. But at the end of the day, you know, we're trying to provide a transparent processes for actually how avoided costs of capacity and energy, how it reflects in today's marketplace.
Well, I don't remember Northwestern ever saying that the prior information that they not transparent. You have some reason to believe it wasn't transparent?
I think the prior information submitted is not necessarily based on market conditions and how QS would get paid. And with that changes, you know, we're sitting here today to have that discussion on should we provide a different way for trying to be transparent to our customers and to QF facilities on the likelihood of avoided costs. And so again, our proposal in the 302 is to just simply do the capacity calculation and LMP pricing at the time of delivery.
Mr. President, Mr. President, this witness has stated this probably at least a dozen times, and I would rather the witness answer the question of the council rather than restate the same answer that he wants to state. I would like to know the answer to Mr. Uda's question.
Mr. Lucas, would that not be more appropriate for council to make that request instead of a commissioner or not?
Mr. President, Commissioner or Vice President Fielder has made the request, so let's proceed.
We're in it. Let's proceed.
Please answer the question.
Do you recall the question?
Please restate it. Okay.
So what I was asking is what exactly, I think you were trying to get to, what exactly you're asking for a waiver of. And I think you said you're not necessarily asking for a waiver of the rule. You're asking for a waiver of the data that should be submitted pursuant to the, is that right?
That is correct.
All right. I just wanted to make clear that what that was. And I don't want to replow any more of this ground, okay? Because I have some very specific questions. Okay. So as we've established, I believe, again, I'm hoping we're not going to go through a whole bunch of the same stuff, but your bid for transparency is rather than to do a forecast, although you've said you can and you're willing to, you just want to produce historical information, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I think we've already established that that historical information will require someone to do a forecast if they're going to use it. And whether they use that information themselves anyway, or whether or not they do something else, the fact is the information produced is supposed to be produced under the current rule by Northwestern, correct?
That is correct.
And so what you would be doing is substituting your forecast, which is an obligation under the regulations currently owed by you to the QFs. You'd be shifting that obligation to the QFs. Assuming that you don't do the 5-year forecast.
I was just going to say, we're happy to do a forecast if that's what's recommended to the commission.
Now let me go to, I don't think I want to go too much into LMPs because I'm pretty sure if I ask you about that, I'm going to end up with Mr. Stakar. Seitzer, sorry. You here? Hi, Matt. Anyway, so I wanted to go to, I think there may be some confusion in this proceeding, and I wanted to clear that up with you. I think we've established that how avoided cost is administratively determined in a QF proceeding whereby a QF is seeking a contract is not the same thing as this proceeding, which just has to do with the information that Northwestern is required by 18 CFR 292-302, correct?
In the historic way or in the future way?
Well, what I'm asking you is, I think we'd established previously in Order 872, the commission which implemented the rule, I think according to Vice President Fielder, was adopted in September 22nd of 2022. And did that order say anything about 18 CFR 292-302?
I'm not aware of anything. I was not part of that, so I just can't comment.
That's fine. If you don't know, that's fine. But what I'm asking you, you certainly wouldn't be here today asking for a waiver of the application of that rule in its specific form if that same order from the commission had ordered you to do something different on 18 CFR 292-302, correct?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
What I'm basically asking, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, is I don't see as a logical matter why they would be before the commission now asking for a waiver of the application of the rule if that had already happened. If the witness doesn't know the answer to the question, that's fine as far as I'm concerned.
I'm going to allow the question.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. All right. So is it your testimony here today that you don't know whether or not you're here today to ask for a waiver of the rule?
My testimony is directly around the petition for the new method, the alternative method.
But you are the sponsoring witness for the application, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And does that say that you're requesting a waiver of the rule?
It does.
Okay. So I think we agree.
And I just want to clarify, we're requesting a waiver of filing, right? Not a waiver of the rule. We're just requested a waiver of the filing
so that we can understand the appropriate tools to present a voided cost calculation.
Okay, so you're not asking for a waiver of the rule, but you are asking to substitute information under 18 CFR 292-302 D1, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how is that a distinction in your mind?
I guess valid point. But I just think there's context to that. Is the context around that is, do you file something to apply, or do you take and understand to make sure that you're filing something that's well for everybody? And the waiver was a waiver of filing so that we could have this discussion today.
Could I just have a minute with my notes, Mr. Chairman?
Well, Mr. Uda, take the time as you see required.
Oh, you said something earlier that piqued my interest, and maybe this is just because I'm easily intrigued. But you said that there are QFs that have accepted LMP pricing for energy pricing.
We have contracts with QFs that for the energy portion are getting paid LMP rates, correct?
That publicly disclosed information.
Yes.
Okay, can you identify those projects?
Legal, I just want to check with you. Can I disclose that? Yeah. Help.
Is that it?
And there's, I'll have to double check. Is Yelp 2 LMPs? That was right before my time. And then we're currently working with several others that don't have signed PPAs using LMP pricing.
Okay, but if you would agree with me that Kelp and Yelp are both existing resources, correct?
Correct?
They're not under development, they're developed.
Correct.
And they should have a pretty good handle because they have had an LMP node for some time. They should have a pretty good idea of what market prices look like because they've been there for a while, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Uda. Yeah. Does Northwestern wish to redirect this witness?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Schaefer, over a 20-year contract, how much will Northwestern customers pay to a QF for their power?
A single QF facility.
Again, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chairman. I can't.
Over a 20-year contract, how much will Northwestern's customers pay a QF for their power?
Millions, if not tens of millions of dollars.
Should a developer taking millions from Northwestern's customers gain expertise about how they get paid?
I think developers should do the due diligence for that size of an investment.
Can small developers rely on rates in the QF1 tariff?
They can.
Does a small developer who relies on those rates in the QF1 tariff need to forecast avoided costs to know what it will be paid?
They do not.
No further questions.
I just have one follow-up question. If I would request leave of Northwestern to ask one clarifying question.
Without exception?
I'm going to oppose it.
I just want to ask him a question. I think something that he just said isn't quite right, and I just want to clarify for the record. May I have leave to ask one additional question?
I have leave to talk to my legal counsel. Pay top dollar and I get ambiguity. So I think I stand with the concerns or the propriety requirements brought forward by Northwestern. However, this is a fairly short hearing on a very important issue, where, as was just stated, millions of dollars are going into one small project. So for the purposes of clarity, and the purposes of clarity only, you may ask one question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. The question I wanted to ask you, John, is do you know anything about the QF1 proceeding that's currently ongoing?
I do.
Okay, do you know whether or not Northwestern's proposal in that case is to apply the variable energy pricing that you apply to larger projects to smaller projects?
Correct.
Okay, and so if that was the case, they would still have to do this projection thing on their own, right? That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Hill, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Northwestern calls Matthew Steitzer.
Do I have to excuse him? Okay. You are temporarily excused. Oh, right there it is.
Will you please state your name and business address?
My name is Matt Steitzer. My business address is 11 East Park in Butte, Montana.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
Northwestern Energy.
What is your role in the company?
My role is a supply planning analyst for long-term supply planning.
Did you submit pre-filed testimony in this docket?
I did.
You have that testimony in front of you today?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your responses be the same?
They would.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I move to admit Exhibit NWE, Mr. Steitzer's testimony. I'm sorry, NWE number 3.
I'm sorry, are there any objections?
No objection.
Proceed. NW3 is admitted.
I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon.
It's okay if I call you Matt?
Certainly.
Okay. Obviously, I have a problem pronouncing your last name. So, Mr. Schaefer, John, he referred a couple of questions to you, more to Mr. Hamilton than to myself, but I did want to dig in a little bit to the capacity methodology. So you have this proposed expansion at the Dave Gates generation station, and you're using that as the basis for the capacity component of the net cone. Is that right?
That's correct. The 50 megawatt aeroderivative at Dave Gates is the aeroderivative combustion turbine is what we're proposing as the least cost resource to calculate the avoided cost of capacity.
And that's because you identified that in the 2023 resource plan as the least cost resource?
That's correct.
How long have you been at Northwestern?
I started in February of 2019.
Okay. Do you know how long that 50 megawatt expansion at Dave Gates generation station has been appearing as the least cost resource in your plan?
I do not.
Would you agree with me, subject to check, that it's been since 2017?
I'm not sure how long it's been identified as a least cost resource.
Okay. But assuming I'm correct and it's been 2017, Northwestern has acquired a number of resources in that period of time, none of which have been the expansion at the Dave Gates generation station, correct?
It's correct that we have not built a fourth unit at Dave Gates.
Okay. So how is the commission supposed to determine whether or not you are, well, let me back up. So when you do your IRP, least cost plan, whatever we're calling it now, is it still the electric resource procurement, whatever plan?
It's titled the Montana Integrated Resource Plan,
Okay.
2023.
You guys have changed the title on me, so that's why I'm asking. But anyway, so how is the commission supposed to determine whether or not you're just using that as a stalking horse to produce a lower overall capacity cost and not use the actual resources you select because those are higher cost? How is the commission supposed to sort through that?
Well, I believe in Mr. Pellicori's testimony that Mr. Schaefer adopted. We're asking for an alternative method to calculate avoided cost of capacity. That alternative method is the peaker method, which is the least cost capacity resource. And that could be different than the proxy method, which would be the next planned resource. For example, in the integrated resource plan, the planning takes into account existing resources in the portfolio, planned retirements, a load forecast, and then external factors such as, environmental targets, if you will. For example, Northwestern's net zero goal. And so the proxy method, the next planned resource, is taking all those factors into account to pick the most optimized least cost resource. In the alternative method, the peaker method, we're trying to remove that complexity that comes with the integrated resource plan and choose the least cost capacity resource to calculate the avoided cost of capacity.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is you obviously haven't been building peakers, correct?
Well, I would say the Yellowstone County Generating Station is a peaking resource.
Okay, so if that's a peaking resource and that's what you're actually doing, and that was your preferred resource, why didn't you use YCGS as the basis for capacity costs?
Well, again, what we're choosing for the avoided cost of capacity is the least cost capacity resource. There is also a factor of like size to a QF. And so a like size is more akin to the 50 megawatt aeroderivative, whereas Yellowstone County Generating Station is more than twice the size of the largest QF allowed.
True. But if you look at economies of scale, the overall costs of construction of that plant, if you were to build a 50 megawatt equivalent to YCGS, as opposed to the actual YCGS, your actual cost of construction should be lower due to economies of scale, correct?
No, I disagree. Larger facilities tend to be cheaper on a dollar per kW basis. A 50 megawatt RICE facility is a higher cost than a 50 megawatt combustion turbine.
Right. I understand that. I think that was what I was asking, but maybe I spoke. Anyway, so if it's the case that you're just picking the least cost resource, if we get a plan in 2025 or 2027, and you're still selecting the expansion at Dave Gates, but it's never the project that you actually go forward with, how are we to determine that that isn't just a stalking horse for Northwestern to keep capacity prices down?
Well, again, when Northwestern acquires resources through an RFP, capacity is not the only factor in an RFP. So if we were building strictly for least cost capacity, it probably would align, but there are additional factors to consider.
And so the reason that you're using the peaker method is because it has what effect on avoided cost?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I'm not sure I do either. Let me rephrase. So what I'm asking you is the justification for using the peaker method, and you've been using it for a long time. Okay. I mean, I'll represent to you that I can remember this discussion taking place in 2014, 2015.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
just making a representation. He can take it or leave it for what he wants. But do you know how long? Let me rephrase. Do you know how long Northwestern has been using the peaker method?
So we're requesting the peaker method as an alternative method to the proxy method. My understanding is the proxy method has been in place, not the peaker method.
Okay, the proxy method for what proceeding?
Well, in this case, the 302 filing.
Okay. So if we look at contested QF cases, has capacity been determined using the peaker method, to your knowledge?
I believe it's still the proxy method. I believe it's still the next planned resource.
Okay. Well, I think the evidence is to the contrary, but that's okay. Let's move on. So at Dave Gates Generation Station, you were calculating the net cone using the historical output from 2 of the 3 existing DGGS units, correct?
No, that's not correct. All 3 units at Dave Gates.
Okay. Well, I thought I saw it in your application that it was 2.
Can you point to that?
I could, but I'd have to look for it. Maybe on the next go around I'll get it for you. But anyway, if you're saying that's not true, that's fine. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you, Matt.
If there are no more witnesses? Nope. Okay. Do commissioners have any questions? We'll start with Commissioner Fielder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think probably just one, perhaps. Just looking at your testimony, Matt, MMS 7. And what is a thermal fuel type is the question that you answer there. Can you tell me what a thermal fuel type is?
Sure. Thermal fuel type was just a way to combine the 2 thermal units that we have that are QF, that are qualifying facilities, the Colstrip Energy Limited Partnership, KELP, which is waste coal, and the Yellowstone Energy Limited Partnership, which is waste petroleum coke. So rather than doing 2 separate categories for waste coal and petroleum coke, we lumped them into one category.
Okay. The reason I ask is I think some of the material we've received from Northwestern has described thermal energy. It has included natural gas energy too. So why wasn't that included here in your answer?
So I agree that there's probably some documentation that includes thermal, that includes natural gas. For this proceeding, there are no natural gas qualifying facilities in our system, and so they're not included.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Commissioner Wellborn? Commissioner Panucci?
Questions?
I have a few. We were talking about the David Gates being least cost. Does that include depreciation of the plant when you're calculating that? Because that plant, I think, was built around 2010. So does that bring the cost down, or is depreciation not a part of that calculation?
Sure. So to clarify, the least cost capacity resource identified was a 50 megawatt aeroderivative combustion turbine. We assume that resource would be located at Dave Gates generating station because there is available interconnection capacity there. So it would still be a new build combustion turbine.
So the age of the plant it's connected to is not part of the calculation.
That's correct.
Okay. MMS-9, bottom of the page, where you're calculating monthly capacity payments. Answer: the proposed QF would multiply its facility's nameplate capacity in units of kilowatts by the capacity payment rate in units of dollars per kilowatt nameplate month to yield the monthly capacity payment in units of dollars per month. For example, a 40 megawatt wind QF would calculate its monthly capacity payment by multiplying 40,000 kilowatts, nameplate by $1.23 to yield $49,200 a month. My question is on nameplate. Is it a FERC requirement that you use nameplate to make this calculation, or does that come from some other source?
I'm not aware of a FERC requirement that uses a specific unit nameplate. It's a common unit, and I guess it's a very clear unit in that whatever the resource is built at is the nameplate. We don't have to, I guess, the QF would not have to interpret what a accredited capacity might be as an alternative, rather than just choosing a nameplate.
When you say accredited capacity, what does that mean compared to capacity?
Yeah, so I say accredited capacity as an example of an alternate, as a different unit to that a QF might calculate their avoided cost of capacity. Accredited capacity would mean the amount of reliable capacity that any type of unit could provide during peak times.
Okay, my concern is that on intermittent QFs, we'll use wind and solar. A really high producing wind is 60%, not functioning 40% capacity. Yet if you're paying for 100, 2.5 times the amount of actual generation is being paid for in capacity payments. And that's across the state. Some would be 36, some might be 42, but on average, I think people use 40 as their rule of thumb. Now, 40 megawatts times 0.6 is 24 megawatts. So you're paying for 40, receiving 24. In the case of solar, using the old adages, at night, it's not producing anything. And on cloudy days, it's producing very little. But it's all being paid for as if it were a bright, sunshiny day, 24 hours a day. So, and 40 megawatts is half the size of a normal QF anymore. At $50,000 a month, aren't the customers being charged for something they're not receiving, when you could very easily, using your locational production, say, look, you're in a 40% area, here's what we're going to pay you for. Based on last year's sunshiny days, here's what you're going to get, as opposed to full nameplate. Put a really fine pencil to this. Hydro nameplate is based on full pool, which is normally spring runoff. If we use that as a reality, we would never have a drought. So why do we use nameplate instead of reality when we're talking, as was just discussed, millions and millions and millions of dollars, even on a small QF?
Sure. I understand your question, and maybe we could have made it more clear in the testimony, but in the example calculations that were my MMS exhibits, we do factor in the accredited capacity of different fuel types. Solar has a unique accreditation, wind has a unique accreditation, same with hydro, same with the thermals, and that's actually Ms. Olson's testimony. But the accreditations that Ms. Olson calculated are an input into the example avoided cost of capacity calculations that are in my exhibit. So even though this example says to estimate your avoided cost of capacity, use a unit of nameplate, the accredited capacity has been factored in. And so to your point, if wind, for example, is approximately 50% accreditation, we factored that 50% in and just converted it back to nameplate. So again, the QF doesn't have to try to understand what accreditation is.
So just to be clear, the calculation may use nameplate, but what you're paying for is based more on reality. So if we used 40% capacity instead of $50,000 a month, it would be 30, would be the actual check.
Correct.
Thank you for that clarification. No further questions. Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, President Molnar. Good afternoon, Mr. Seitzer. I'll just launch in to where I left off with the prior witness. Can you explain for me the purpose of an imbalance market?
I will attempt to. So the Western Energy Imbalance Market is a intra-hour market where the market is trying to align differences that occur within the hour. So entities that participate in the market have to match their load and resources coming into the hour, and then any differences that may occur within the hour, such as a different changes in load forecast, changes in weather forecast, the energy imbalance market would optimize to fill those differences.
You've just described the imbalance market as an intra-hour market. How does that compare to the mid-C market?
Sure. So maybe a major difference from the mid-C market is that you would purchase energy at the mid-C market on a day-ahead basis in large quantities, up to, in whatever quantity you may need that could be large to meet that hourly commitment that you would need coming into the EIM.
Okay. So what are the factors that cause an imbalance that necessitates Northwestern going to the imbalance market?
Sure. So again, on a day ahead basis, schedulers are trying to match a forecasted load with dispatchable resources and forecasted variable resources. When we get to that hour, Northwestern and any other utility will have changes in actual load, changes in weather that will make the previous day's balance somewhat imbalanced. And so the Western Energy Imbalance Market is a computerized market that is able to make adjustments in very tight increments to optimize those differences at a optimized least cost.
Okay. You mentioned changes in weather, which would affect variable generation, or changes in load. But what if a generator that you expected just drops offline? Is that another cause?
Yeah, great point. Yeah, certainly forced outages, short-term planned outages would also be a factor in that.
So let's say you've got an unforeseen outage at one of your generators. Within the hour, Northwestern goes to the imbalance market to try to balance the system. Is that correct?
Yes.
What if the outage lasts longer than an hour? Can you keep on going back to the energy imbalance market for hours at a time or days at a time?
No. So there are certain tests that require an entity to be resource sufficient for hours coming into the EIM to ensure that a particular entity is not leaning on the market to fulfill needs that they should otherwise be doing. So if there is in your example, a forced outage that lasts multiple hours or multiple days, there are real-time traders that are making calls to adjacents to rebalance for the non-intra-hour. I'm not sure of the term, but the non-intra-hour, multiple hours out. Real-time traders are rebalancing multiple hours out so that when they come into the intra-hour for the EIM, they're allowed to participate essentially because they're meeting those tests.
So the work of the traders that you just described, that happens in what, mid-C or bilateral contracts?
I think both. Yeah, they could purchase it mid-C, they could purchase bilateral contracts, whatever is available.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'd like to turn to the 2023 IRP. Again, excerpts appear in front of you there. Before I jump into it, though, are you generally familiar with Northwestern's resource planning process?
I am.
And you're familiar with specifically the 2023 IRP?
I am.
Can you explain to me how the EIM prices were a factor in your planning process in the 2023 IRP?
Sure. So the prices that were simulated in the 2023 IRP were derived from historical EIM prices. Those historical EIM prices were used as a basis from a mid-C forecast that were simulated for forward prices in the 2023 IRP.
Okay, I'd like to pull that last bit that you just said apart a little bit. So you have to engage in forecasting energy prices as part of your resource planning, correct?
That's correct.
And you use those energy prices to try to identify what your needs are and what sort of resources will fit those needs, correct?
That's certainly a factor, yes.
Okay, so the last 2 pages of this little packet are pages, well, sorry, let's start with the last 3 pages. Pages 65, 66, and 67 of the IRP. Do you see those in the packet?
I do.
And I believe it's on paragraph or page 65 that you see section 8.4.3. And that describes how Northwestern has engaged in sort of forecasting power prices. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree.
Because in that paragraph that begins right after the section heading, power prices, it's talking about simulating market prices at Mid-Sea Power Trading Hub, which is what you just referred to, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if you turn to the next page, it's describing some of the inputs that are important for Northwestern's power price forecast, correct?
That's correct.
And then if you turn the page one more time, the top of that page has a paragraph. It's actually a continuation from the prior page, but that paragraph ends in 2 sentences that read, since Northwestern is a participant in the WEIM, simulated prices for select Montana WEIM nodes were created using an historical basis between Mid-Sea and the WEIM prices. The basis between Mid-Sea and each WEIM was simulated individually based on the historical price spread. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
So what is the historical price spread that we're talking about there?
So the historical price spread that's referred to there is the spread between the historical price at the Mid-Sea Trading Hub and Northwestern's Western EIM calculated prices, the difference between those 2 prices.
Okay. And you're forecasting Mid-Sea into the future, correct?
That's correct.
And so you're sort of using that differential into the future to predict what the EIM nodes will be.
That's correct.
Does this describe how Northwestern would go about simulating EIM nodes under the, I guess, offer that Northwestern made today to provide that if the commission orders it?
I think it would be similar, just to put a fine point on that. It would be the D gap, I believe, that Mr. Schaefer referred to, the aggregate node, not a specific location.
So this paragraph, though, talks about Northwestern providing simulated individual nodes, correct?
Yes.
How does Northwestern decide which nodes to simulate?
So Northwestern also simulates the aggregated node. I am not certain if we provide the aggregated historical data or if we provide select nodes. I assume it's the aggregate data, but I'm not certain on that.
So I'll just reread this second to last sentence here. Since Northwestern is a participant in the WEIM, simulated prices for select Montana WEIM nodes were created. So there were, in addition to the aggregate node, which is important, other select nodes that Northwestern simulated?
So I believe that's referring to 2 nodes. One is a generation node and the other would be a load, a purchase node.
Are there places in the materials submitted with Northwestern's IRP where the commission could go to identify what particular nodes Northwestern is referring to here?
I don't know. I would have to look.
Okay. The method that's described here, though, for simulating a node, it works for your aggregate node. Does it also stand to reason it works for any individual node?
Yeah, I would say we get a reasonable outcome from that, from a specific node.
And Northwestern already has, on a forward-looking basis, the mid-C forecast that's described here, correct?
That's correct.
So Northwestern could make that available if the commission ordered to qualifying facilities as part of the data disclosed under this particular CFR we're talking about.
And can you clarify make available the mid-C forward price?
Yes, your mid-C forecast that Northwestern is relying on for its own planning purposes to calculate node prices.
Certainly, yes.
Okay. So I'd like to move on to how Northwestern dispatches resources. The prior witness had mentioned that, but deferred to you. The prior witness had indicated that you refer to market prices when deciding which resources to dispatch. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how do you, what difference does it make what the market price is when making a dispatching decision?
Excuse me, I would say for dispatchable resources, there is a marginal price that each resource has, depending on the variable O&M and the fuel price. And so depending on those factors, the marginal price will be different. And so depending on the market price, those resources will dispatch in least cost order. So for example, the natural gas fuel we receive from Alberta is cheaper than the natural gas fuel we receive from Colorado. So Dave Gates Generating Station and Basin Creek typically dispatch before something like Yellowstone County Generating Station because the fuel difference makes Basin and Dave Gates cheaper.
So focusing on the market price of energy and how that impacts Northwestern's dispatching decisions, are you looking at the market price at mid-C or are you looking at the EIM market price?
I would say primary the energy imbalance market price. If on a day ahead basis we elected to sell energy to someone, we would dispatch it according to that contract. But if the resource was entered into EIM for economic dispatch, it would dispatch based on the Western EIM price.
Okay. And my question wasn't particularly clear there. Are you talking about in real time how Northwestern does this or in the planning process?
I see. I was referring to real time. In the planning process, we would simulate a mid-C price, and using the historical relationship between mid-C and Northwestern's EIM prices, a Northwestern specific price would be calculated in the simulation, and that's what the price the resources would dispatch from, the derivative of mid-C, if you will, the historical relationship between mid-C and Northwestern's prices. That simulated Northwestern price would be the dispatch price.
Okay. You may have lost me there, but the simulated Northwestern price is the node price that you've simulated?
Yes.
Okay. So just so that I can be clear on this, could you refer back to page 65 of the 2023 IRP? And under the heading Power Prices, the second sentence reads, prices at mid-C are used to determine dispatch of contracted resources outside of Montana and to generate price simulations for nodes in Northwestern's territory that are part of the WEIM. So you're using simple mid-C outside of Montana, but the EIM simulated nodes inside Montana. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Let's move on to a few different places in the IRP where there's a discussion of avoided energy costs. Are you familiar with how Northwestern uses avoided energy costs to evaluate the effectiveness of demand-side resources?
Yes, I believe so. I guess maybe depending on your question.
Okay, well, let's jump to a page that might help here. Page 32, which is included in the packet. This is page 32 of the 2023 IRP. It describes, section heading there, 5.3 demand side management, acquisition, and programs. Are you with me there?
I am.
Okay. And if you turn the page to page 33 and look at the second full paragraph that appears there, it says, the avoided cost of energy was calculated using PowerSim. Commercial and residential DSM were modeled separately as generating resources. I'm going to skip over the rest of this sentence and jump down to the last sentence of this paragraph. The resulting avoided costs of energy were approximately $22 per megawatt hour and $23 per megawatt hour, respectively. Aside from the part that I elided over there, did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. So this is telling us that Northwestern conducts for its own purposes a calculation of the avoided cost of energy using PowerSim, correct?
That's correct.
And do you know specifically whether that calculation using PowerSim follows the marginal cost to serve load method that the commission has used in prior QF cases?
I believe it does, yes.
Okay. So I think that answers that question. If Northwestern has already produced the avoided cost of energy calculation using PowerSim for its own purposes, would it be reasonable for QFs to rely on that same calculation for their planning purposes?
I guess I would defer to that QF. I mean, I think we would be willing to provide it with the caveat that it's our own forecast and that forecast is not guaranteed their energy price that would be paid at the LMP.
But is it true that Northwestern believes that it's a valid price forecast?
Yes, yes.
Because you wouldn't evaluate demand side resources using anything else than what you've described there.
That's correct, yes.
Is there a reason then, to your mind, why QFs would not want to use that exact same information?
I think it would be a factor in their decision. But as Mr. Schaefer said, there's probably further research they would want to do before making that investment risk, rather than relying solely on our information.
Okay. Has Northwestern ever evaluated the accuracy of the simulated nodes that you prepare in your planning process against observed node prices?
So since joining the EIM in 2021, we have used historical prices, and we're currently working on our next integrated resource plan. So we have, again, used more recent EIM pricing to refine our model. So I guess we update our price forecast, but I don't know that we do a look back to see if our simulated price was near our actual price.
Would that be important to Northwestern's planning process in future planning cycles?
Well, it's a forecast, right? So I guess it'd be good to know whether or not your how actuals came in to compared to where you forecasted, but certainly there are a lot of external variables that could impact even a perfect forecast. So I guess the calculation of whether or not it's close may not be representative of whether the forecast is good or not.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears now to the avoided cost of capacity. I had asked the prior witness this, and I believe he deferred to you. Does Northwestern calculate the net cost of new entry values for each potential resource it evaluates in an IRP?
Yeah, so I believe Mr. Schaefer was correct in saying the model does that. I don't believe we explicitly put the costs in a table. Well, I know we do not. We haven't in the previous IRP.
Do you include any modeling constraints that limit how much energy is sold and how that might influence the net cone value in the IRP process?
We did. There was an energy constraint in the previous IRP. We did not do clear job of noting when that when that constraint was constraining. We will make that more clear in the next IRP. In the next IRP, my understanding is we are not using an energy constraint. The only other constraint that I may see is a transmission constraint that may limit dispatch of a resource.
The energy constraint that you're describing, though, is a constraint on how much energy Northwestern would sell to the market from that resource?
Maybe not a particular resource, but the portfolio in general. That was the constraint that I believe that was used in the previous IRP.
So when determining the least cost resource in the planning process, does Northwestern always pick the resource with the lowest net cone value?
For purposes of the plan or purposes of avoided cost?
For purposes of the plan.
I believe so, yes.
Is it possible for a resource to have a negative net cone value?
I think theoretically, yes. If you have a capacity cost and you have extremely high market prices that you're dispatching into, the fixed cost might be less than the energy revenues that you're subtracting from. So I think theoretically it's possible. I would say that's unlikely.
Okay. In Northwestern's next IRP, will it conduct its capacity expansion modeling based on net cone capacity costs?
So again, I think that Mr. Schaefer said the software is already doing that. So we have no intention of changing how the software dispatches. But assuming it dispatches based on net cone, it will be the same as for this coming plan.
Okay. And it is your testimony that the software does dispatch on net cone.
To clarify, the software is selecting the least cost capacity resource based on net cone.
Gotcha. Okay. Last bit. You relied, in this case, on the historical dispatch of the Dave Gates generating station to determine the net cone, correct?
Correct.
And you dispatched Dave Gates generating station based on market prices at the EIM, correct?
Right at Dave Gates' locational marginal price.
At that particular node.
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't forecast forward into the future the LMP prices, right?
That's correct.
So it's really just a historical snapshot of what the net cone at Dave Gates was.
That's correct.
But is it Northwestern's position that historical look at the net cone of Dave Gates is indicative or representative or a good forecast of what the future net cone would be?
I think it's reasonable to assume that it could be the same. Again, I think more of the reason we picked historical was that it was historical and it was less debatable, if you will. Whereas as a forward projection maybe is more open to argument.
Okay. You could, in the same way that you've done in your IRP process, forecast the node at Dave Gates generating station.
We could.
And that would maybe produce a different net cone value than what Northwestern would otherwise find from historical data.
Agree.
Okay. I think that answers all of my questions. Thank you very much.
If there are no more witnesses? Ooh. Okay. Recross. Does hydrodynamics wish to recross the witness?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does Northwestern wish to recross this witness?
No, thank you.
I temporarily excuse this witness.
Thank you.
Ms. Hill, I believe you have no more witnesses.
One more witness.
Oh, it's that counting to three thing. I'm sorry. You may call your witness.
Call Megan Olson to the stand. Good afternoon, Ms. Olson. Could you state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Megan Olson and my business address is 11 East Park Street, Butte, Montana,
On whose behalf are you testifying?
Northwestern Energy.
What is your role with the company?
I'm an energy supply analyst in long-term supply planning.
Did you submit pre-filed testimony in this docket?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you have in front of you that testimony?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No, ma'am.
If I were to ask you the same questions here today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, I move that Ms. Olson's testimony be admitted into evidence as Exhibit NWE 4.
Without objection.
There's no objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Uda, do you have any questions for this witness?
Thank you, Mr. President. No questions.
Do any of the commissioners have a question of this witness? Commissioner Fielder?
I believe I have, Mr. President.
You don't have any?
I believe I do.
Oh, okay.
Just trying to get to the right page. Okay, hello, Miss Olson.
Hi, ma'am.
I'm on page, it's MMO-6 of your testimony. Second paragraph. This is where you're describing after you had the QCC for each resource, you separated the resources by type, solar, wind, hydro, and thermal. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did the thermal resources include?
I believe I don't have my spreadsheet, but I do believe they're what Mr. Steitzer described as coal, kelp and yelp, the waste coal facility and the waste pet coke facility.
So no natural gas facilities, no natural.
No,
gas
ma'am.
stations.
These would just be the QF facilities we have that fall under the thermal realm.
Okay. And the reason for not including those was what?
We have those are the QF facilities that we have that are thermal. Like we don't have any natural gas or coal facilities, as a qualifying facility.
Okay. I think that's it for me, Mr. President.
Thank you. Commissioner Wellborn, do you have any questions of this witness? Commissioner Panochi?
No, Mr. President.
And I have none. Mr. Hamilton, do you have any questions of this witness?
No questions.
Okay. Does hydrodynamics wish to recross?
Questions.
And does Northwestern wish to
No redirect, Mr. President.
I temporarily excuse this witness.
Thank you.
Ms. O, I believe you're out of witnesses. Would you like to rest your case?
That concludes our case. Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Hydrodynamics chief in case. Let's move to hydrodynamics chief in case. I believe you reserve the right to give an opening statement.
I have, Mr. Chairman, but since we discussing this and it sounded like we were going to do closing arguments, I think I'd reserve any statement I would make until that time. And hydrodynamics has no witnesses, so we would rest.
Okay, well, thank you for your brevity. Let's move to closing arguments. Do the parties wish to make brief closing statements? I would call on hydrodynamics. You may also make an opening statement if you so desire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, I want to make clear that this proceeding doesn't really have anything to do with setting avoided costs for any individual facility. This is just an informational filing that FERC has obligated, never changed the regulation, 18 CFR 292-302, utility to prepare information from which a prospective qualifying facility can come down to your offices and look at the data and make a determination as to whether or not that is worth pursuing for them or not. So this proceeding is just about that data submission. I think I heard Northwestern say that actually they would submit the data later if their request for waiver was granted. But I believe the rule is very different. And I don't believe that Northwestern's current proposal complies with that. And that is the very first issue in this case, and I raised this a number of different ways, is that I believe this should have been a notice and comment rulemaking proceeding. And why I believe that is because the regulation itself, 18 CFR 292-301D, makes clear that after notice and opportunity for public comment, those are what we like to say are the magic words of rulemaking. And you may say, well, what's the big deal if we did it by a contested case? It's a big deal because it imposes burdens on the regulated QF community that notice and comment rulemaking does not. If you have a notice and comment rulemaking proceeding, anybody can submit comments, okay? Those are all put into the record. You make a decision about whether to adopt the rule change or the proposed rule. And, then you go through the processes with the Secretary of State. If it's a contested case, you cannot, as a corporation, and I think every QF that I know of is a corporation, cannot represent itself. That means it has to hire a lawyer. The lawyer has to be present for a hearing, conduct cross-examination, do legal briefing. This is a substantial impediment to participation by the public in proceedings in front of the commission. Let me put it to you this way. Let's suppose hydrodynamics didn't intervene at all, and all you had was the input from Northwestern and from the commission staff. You would have that as the record to make your decision on. If hydrodynamics didn't intervene, would it even be bound? I would say no, because there is not a broad swath of qualifying facilities participating in this proceeding. Rules are for essentially setting policy for the affected community. Contested cases are to resolve disputes between parties. So, for example, I would refer you to Montana Administrative Procedure Act, Section 2-4-1024 CA. A contested case is defined as a, quote, proceeding before an agency in which a determination of legal rights, duties, or privileges of a party is required by law to be made after an opportunity for hearing. The term includes, but is not restricted to rate making, price fixing, and licensing. In contrast, a rule is an agency regulation standard or statement of general applicability that implements, interprets, or prescribes law or policy. The term includes the amendment or repeal of a prior rule. And quoting now, this is from Core-Mark International Inc. versus Montana Board of Livestock. Quoting that case, commentary is offered that, quote, rulemaking, the quasi-legislative power, is intended to add substance to the acts of the legislature, to complete absent but necessary details, and to resolve unexpected problems. Adjudication, the quasi-judicial power, is intended to provide the enforcement of agency statutes and regulations on a case-by-case basis. Nothing is being enforced here. This is simply a request for a change in policy to an existing rule. There is no party that will have its legal rights adjudicated in this proceeding. They simply want you to change the rule. The rule itself, which is a federal rule, states that it should be after notice and comment. This should have always been a rulemaking. And the failure to do that imposed burdens on my client that shouldn't have happened in the first place. Keep in mind that FERC Rule 18 CFR 292-302 was adopted utilizing notice and comment procedures in front of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. It was not a contested case. And I want to refer you back again to Cormark, because there's another interesting passage in it. And this has to do, I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but there was a big controversy about dates on milk. Like, you know, you could have a date to this point, then there was actually 2 dates and it was confusing. And Cormark didn't like the way in which this was going. And what the Montana Supreme Court said, this is a 2014 decision, and the citation is 2014 Montana 197 from paragraph 29. Again, this was a proceeding to the board's pursuant to the board's discretionary authority to consider proposed amendments to generally applicable rules. It was not a legally mandatory proceeding to determine the legal rights of one party. While 24702(1)A MCA refers to parties who are aggrieved by a final agency decision, nothing in this statute reflects a legislative intention to include within the definition of contested cases all proceedings that aggrieve a party. The implication of Cormark is that Cormark, the petitioner, could not have its legal rights adjudicated because the board was simply setting rules for the entire affected community having to do with expiration dates for milk. His rights could not have been adjudicated because the entire class of milk distributors was to be affected by the rule. Similarly, hydrodynamics could not have its rights adjudicated in this proceeding because the policy matter about what information must be provided pursuant to 18 CFR 292-302 affects the entire regulatory community, not just hydrodynamics. This is not the first time the PSC has been confronted with an argument that changing a rule in a contested case is not lawful. In the tri-dockets matter, the original designation on it was D 2003.7.86, Order on Reconsideration 6501G, page 53, paragraph 142. The MCC made the following argument. MCC asserts because the PSC adopted a rule establishing a 3 megawatt threshold in a contested case proceeding, it cannot change that threshold in a contested case. According to MCC, the Montana Administrative Procedure Act, MAPA, requires the PSC to follow certain procedures before adopting, amending, or repealing a rule. MCC states that the PSC violated these procedures by changing the substance of a rule in a contested case. MCC therefore concludes the amendment to the 3 megawatt rule the PSC attempts to make in Order 6501F is invalid under Section 2.4-10213 MCA, which states, quote, substantive rules, end quote, are legislative rules which are adopted in accordance with this chapter and under expressly delegated authority to promulgate rules to implement a statute to have the force of law, and when not so adopted are invalid. Commission concluded, acknowledging its error, quote, while in Order 6501F, the PSC finds merit in a 10 megawatt eligibility threshold for standard tariffs, in this order on reconsideration, the PSC agrees with MCC that acting contrary to existing PSC administrative rules would not be appropriate under the circumstances of this case. Even though the commission in that case felt the merits justified raising the threshold for standard offer QF eligibility from 3 to 10 megawatt, it acknowledged that it had done so contrary to MAPA, and thus the change was invalid. The situation is the same here in that the commission is being asked to change a rule through a contested case, and therefore such change would be invalid. Now, I've already made the point that having these as contested cases imposes burdens on the regulated community that would not exist in a notice and comment procedure. Surely you could say, well, we do offer no opportunities for public comment. This is true, but that public comment is not part of the evidentiary record. This commission has to make decisions based on the evidentiary record before it and the law, not on public comment. Could it influence the outcome of a case? Sure, it could. But what we know is if someone shows up to a contested case to offer public comment, it goes in a different bucket than the evidence that's presented to the commission, and which must therefore form the basis for its opinion. If you contrast it with notice and comment rulemaking, again, anybody can submit comments. Give them a deadline for written comment, written, potentially oral, and that forms the basis for the commission's decision. It really doesn't impose any burden, and it doesn't cost people. Most of my clients are not wealthy people. They have very small projects. Hydrodynamics, I think the total installed capacity of what it has in I think the 2 states it does business in is something like under 10 megawatts total. There are others like them. They're just small players. Erling Jewell from Greenfield Irrigation District. He's not an intervener here. He is watching this proceeding. And, you know, I think he feels similarly. You could hardly design a system or to reduce public comment input from the affected community than what has been done here. This burden cannot be constitutional. You should resist Northwestern's effort to adopt rules through contested cases. Now, I just want to briefly touch on the factual issues. I think I've kind of made a lot of the points I needed to make already, and I want to keep this, to the chairman's advice, as brief as I can. Without repeating the rule, the information that is to be submitted to the commission is supposed to allow for qualifying facilities to derive avoided costs. I think through cross-examination, I would say mostly from Mr. Hamilton, I think he's established that they can do it. They do it, and there's no reason for them not to do it. I do not believe that giving people historical information is information from which avoided costs can be derived. The definition of avoided cost is incremental cost, which necessarily means the future, not the past. Just because it rained yesterday doesn't mean it will rain today or really ever again. We just don't know. Any number of factors can affect it. I understand that forecasts are forecasts. We all live with forecasts every day. When we invest in stocks, we make an expectation about what the market will do and what it will not do. But any number of things can disrupt those expectations. Nobody is betting on those prices being accurate. What they're betting on is that there is a range of prices in which they can do business. The information Northwestern has provided does not allow them to even make a determination as to whether it's worth it or not to site a facility. One of the things that came out of this hearing is that Northwestern doesn't even assign an LMP node to a particular project until that project is substantially complete. I believe that's what I heard. So if you're planning on building a project, but you haven't started yet, that historical information isn't going to be useful to a large degree because you're not going to even know what that LMP node will look like. You would only know some similar node, maybe, or maybe you could use the average node, but there are concerns of basing anything on the average. If you added a 7'1" person to this room, the average height would probably go up at least 2 inches. Now, Northwestern doesn't say, as you have noticed, that it does not have this information. It just doesn't want to give it to us. Now, I'm not going to question their motives. Maybe, you know, I believe Mr. Schaefer is a person of good intent, and maybe he legitimately believes that it's better information for the regulated community. What I'm not seeing is anybody from the regulated community say, let's do that. What I'm hearing is the one party for you, paid for me to be here, saying, no, we don't like this. We want the current data, or we want something similar to it. No kilowatt information pricing for 5 years or really any period is provided. And as I pointed out, avoided cost, this is 18 CFR 292-106, means the incremental cost to an electric utility of electric energy or capacity or both, but which for the purpose purchased from the qualifying facility or qualifying facility, such utility would generate itself or purchase from another source. This information doesn't comply with that. I'm not going to belabor the net cone thing, but I would note that we did litigate the question of what the next unit should be before Judge McMahon, and he found that unit should have been YCGS. And they're still, I mean, I think it was 2017, could have been 2019, but I believe that that additional unit at Dave Gates Generation Station has been their least cost resource forever. And in the meantime, they've made a number of capacity additions. They built out their portfolio, yet never once deciding to build that resource. It's not their preferred resource. Well, one could argue the reason it's not their preferred resource is because it's really not that good a unit. It does not provide value. And we would submit that they should look more closely at what actually they're planning on doing as opposed to what I perceive to be a stalking horse to keep avoided capacity costs low. And keep in mind, it becomes clear that they do know how to do these forecasts, even for Dave Gates. I believe that Mr. Stitzer, I got it right, said that they could do it even for the nodes at Dave Gates Generation Station. There's no reason for them not to. I think the real reason is, and I think I made this point pretty clearly throughout this proceeding, is they're trying to shift the burden to doing the forecast from the utility, which under the regulation has the obligation, to the qualifying facility. I think that is highly inappropriate. So I think I've said as much as I should say, and probably more. But at any rate, that is my closing statement. I thank you for your attention. You guys have been a great audience.
Thank you, Mr. Uda. Ms. Hill?
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'll address the rulemaking issue. We're not asking for a rulemaking. We're not asking you to do anything for MDU, nor can we ask you to do anything for MDU. This is a Northwestern specific question, so it's not a rulemaking. For LMP, using this market data, Mr. Uda stated how if we used average data from an aggregate node, it wouldn't be exact. Well, that's exactly the point we're making. The current method is not exact for a QF. There's nothing, it doesn't take any information about that QF. It's very generic information. What we're proposing is to give the QF more specific information. We're not trying to shift the burden. We're trying to improve the information they have so they don't come to you and fight it out. If we can work this out with them, then we'll have fewer contested cases. So that is our entire goal here, is transparency. Give them the information that they'll actually use to get paid. That coincides with your rule that says avoided cost of energy is calculated at the time of delivery. That's what we're trying to do, is reconcile that rule with the data we provide. With regard to the reference to Judge McMahon's litigation, again, exactly our point. Litigation all the way to the district court over what's the next planned unit. We don't want the litigation, so let's not use the next planned unit. Let's use the least cost resource. It's an objectively defined item. You look at the dollars. You don't have to determine what we're going to do in the future, what we're not going to do in the future. Objective data, transparency. That's what we want to do to make this process easier. Thank you.
Thank you. At this stage, we would normally recess for a brief scheduling conference with the parties. Alternatively, we can follow the commission's default rule for post-hearing briefing, which is Montana Administrative Rule 38.2.4503. Do the parties have a preference?
I would prefer to recess for a brief.
Sorry, Ann, I'm still having a hard time hearing you.
I would like to have a brief meeting to discuss
Oh,
dates.
sure.
Okay.
I love meetings.
So with that in mind, we will adjourn we will recess for, what do you think we need, 10 minutes, 15? 10 minutes, so we will reconvene at 35, 2:45. Is Commissioner Bukacek still with us? Oh, there you are. I didn't see you. Yeah, I was waiting. Okay. We are now back on the record. The time is 2:42 PM. The results of the scheduled meeting will now be read into the record by the Commission Attorney Lucas Hamilton as an order of the Public Service Commission, and no separate scheduling order will be issued.
Thank you, President Molnar. The parties have agreed that Northwestern Energy's initial brief in this matter will be due June 24th. Hydrodynamics response brief will be due July 15, and Northwestern Energy's reply brief, if it chooses to file one, will be due July 22nd.
Thank you. The time is 2:43 PM. The evidentiary hearing is now closed, and the final public comment period is open. We will begin with any commenters in the room and then move to commenters online. Please note that this session is being recorded and all comments received will be public records. Please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none. Is there any public comment online? Seeing none. Seeing none, we will now close the hearing. Anyone wishing to follow the outcome of this matter may follow docket number 2024.07.071 on the Commission's online ready portal. Please contact the Commission at 1-800-646-6150 or email pschelp@mt.gov with any questions about accessing the portal or subscribing to notices of filings. Thank you to everyone who participated in the matter. The time is 2:44 PM and the hearing is now adjourned.